And here we go.
And here we are. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone beyond in between. I am Lucky, over there is Omega, and this is Like a Dragon Ishin. Welcome, everyone, to another segment of What's Up, the podcast where we're going to talk about any and everything. And probably slash some bandits, yes. Here we go.
Yeah. I also like that as you were doing that intro and you were just standing there like a normal person, just some guy's head scooched in there a little bit.
That shit happens.
Also, I like how you say we're going to slash some bandits, and then I just see you go bang, bang, bang.
I mean, this is what you do.
Yeah. Okay, so before we go anywhere, let me remember to remind you this episode is brought to you by our lovely patrons, which includes Avid Harp, Architect 10, Bucks G, Carlos, Dragon Ferris, Fight Iceberg, Jeremy Vasquez, Just the Fate, Jonathan Sandoval, Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Regent Raptor, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, Trevor, Sean Pryor, Some Guy Named Bob, Siren 23, and Varen the Crow. And if you like what we do and want to see some more, consider supporting us on Patreon to get access to audio and other cool stuff. Hush up, YouTube. I'm sure the audio is fine.
It's fine. I see sound bars moving.
They wiggle. Everything is okay. But yes, so we shall begin at the beginning. You're playing Like a Dragon Ishin right now. You're
Right
shooting
now.
bandits. Not right now, but soon.
I shot bandits with a lot of bullets. God, that was a lot of bullets.
Yeah. So it came out. You're playing it.
I'm enjoying it. So let's see. When did it come out? Like Wednesday? Yeah, it had to have been Wednesday because I remember I had to hang out with the Crows, and I could not play it immediately. Oh.
I think in the middle of the stream, actually, you were like, "Oh shoot, is my Like a Dragon here?" and left.
Yeah. Damn it, the hammer's not in here. Fuck.
Yeah, technically it came out Tuesday, but.
Oh, yeah. It's 2 spins.
Well, yes, it is out. You're playing it.
I am.
I am not playing it yet personally. I still have my personal desire to, beat Judgment before I get into a new Ryuga Gotoku game, because I know what's up. As I see Lucky playing, roulette or bingo or something.
That's a raffle.
Ah, okay, he's got a raffle spinner.
It's like one of those.
So.
It's that classic thing. If you go shopping and you spend so much, you'll get raffle tickets. You can also just find them on the fucking ground.
Of course you can.
But if you get some money, you can go over here, spin the wheel, get some good prizes, and usually this is the place where I find the hammers I need to do blacksmithing, because the hammer economy in this game kills me slightly.
Yes, I've heard you extolling about the hammer economy.
I'll show you guys what
yes,
that
we
means
can
in a
play
minute, but
different
these guys look like they're up to no good, so I'm gonna go shoot them.
They're causing trouble in your neighborhood?
Oh wait, no, I gotta go save the American samurai. There are some Western culture caricatures in here. They're just like, I know it's all in good fun, but man, they did not hold back.
So there's a reason why this game originally wasn't localized, is what you're telling me. Though that could be a chicken and egg scenario. Who knows? Maybe they decided to go so ham when they realized they weren't going to port it over. But yeah, so if you guys don't know, Ishin is a side game, a Gaiden game, that was not originally released in the West. What generation was this originally?
PS3.
Okay, I thought so,
it was originally a 2014.
Okay. Thought it would be that era, because I'm looking at the new release, and that's current and last gen, so available everywhere. But yeah, so this is a remaster, not really a remake, though I think they have improved some things, but it's mostly still the game it was on the PS3.
They've done quite a bit. They've added some things and just polished up others. Like I said, they put it in a new engine. They didn't use the full Dragon engine, though, unfortunately. And that's kind of telling in combat. Combat, while still fun and interesting in some ways, does have a bit lacking here and there. Specifically in action canceling, I think I want to say. There's a lot of times where I am doing one thing and I want to quickly switch to something else, but I can't because I'm stuck in an animation, or I have to wait the few seconds for my stance to reset to do it.
Yeah, maybe not that specifically, though action canceling is kind of like I feel like it's a thing we take for granted sometimes.
It probably is. But like
it does take a little bit of engine work, I assume, to do that.
Like you see here, I can rapidly mash the gun button here, but until I am done, well, they're dead now, so I can't really explain it more. But until I actually finish the animation for firing a gun, I can't dodge or put up my guard.
Mm-hmm. I also assume that when you got, shivved in the stomach and had to fall to the floor, that was probably something you couldn't just instantly recover out of. Otherwise, you would have.
Yeah. Well, there
are...
who
really wants to get stabbed in the stomach and, fall on the floor.
Yep. Finding shit in pots.
As you always do. But yes, that is something specifically about the combat and the action I heard is that you can tell this is still mostly based on an older game, so it isn't going to be as polished as some of their newer entries have been. And actually seen some people actually kind of, I don't want to say confused, but maybe, concerned or taking as a negative it wasn't turn-based like 7.
No, like I think there's a place for turn-based stuff like 7, but like I said, there's still something just genuinely fun about combat flaws in hand. Like, look at me, I'm just like gun. Like, I don't worry about
the fact that you can just infinitely revolver dump guys. It's real good.
It's just a little hilarious. I'm like, no, that's fun.
Yeah, it's silly, but it's amusing. Part of the process.
Like, I don't know if the trooper system is something new, but that's something fun. You know all those weird abilities that you get in fucking Judgment, that you got from the extracts and essences? I think they were called. I can't remember.
Yes.
Yeah, no, those are just a mechanic in here. Like, let me see here. Let me switch to sword here. I think this does it.
Yeah, in Judgment, you find a weird hermit who lives in an abandoned building, and he teaches you how to turn spent wires and condoms into getting more EXP.
Yeah, no, just trooper abilities are just those weird fucking ass attacks and stuff that you can just do. And I think that's new.
Cool. Probably.
I believe
it's called Trooper, and you've got a little card guide down there. I assume it's like based on the people you can recruit.
Yeah. Basically, as people should, it's a dog. As people should know, this is based back in the Bakamata era when, the Shinsengumi and the Loyalists were going to fucking town. As you can see by my very distinct Hari, including me, the, Shinsengumi Sanbai Taicho Saito Hajime. So, yeah, the cards are basically supposed to represent your troopers, who are the men who are following you around as you get into weird shenanigans. Basically, everyone is based off one of your styles. There are 4 of them. I'm using the swordsman style right now, which is a balanced style that's good for both offense and defense, but probably best suited for one-on-one combat. But yeah, I bet you sorry. But yeah, so you basically get one.
You should be dead.
But yeah, so basically it's just Shinsengumi guys who follow you around, and they give you like neat little abilities and like extra health and stuff. Let's see here. Where was I going before this? I was going to the blacksmith. That's right.
Yeah, you were going to talk about hammers.
I have cornered the fucking market on crops, and I make fucking bank from them finally. So I'm having less money issues now. I say less. Shit's still expensive. As I rummage through pots for hammers.
As it always is.
Hey lad, fight me.
Fight me.
Fight me. But yeah, shit. Bitch! Fuck it, let's use Brawler for a minute. Oh wait, no, fuck you. I hate these. I hate spear users and I hate Ijitsu users. Oh. Oh, okay.
You know, just cast the wind tunnel on him and get him with your gat.
Yeah.
So despite being a ostensibly, you know, high, you know, classic Japanese drama, and I believe you have talked about how samurai drama this is, they also still have a lot of the like a dragon seriously over the top flair. Like I saw your little like fucking adjectives in the corner. Marvelous takedown.
Oh yeah.
So that's good to see that they can still hit the charm while also
like honestly, like I mentioned this in our Discord earlier, but it, Like a Dragon Ishin really feels like the cast from the Yakuza series just decided to go to a fucking movie village and put on a samurai drama for shits and giggles. And they still have like the same hilariousness and over the topness and weird shit just happening. Let me pick up things here. Like I said, there's little annoying things. Like every time I stop to like interact with an item, I have to do a small cutaway to, you know, interact with the item. I can't just, you know, run by it and just have the item appear. I have to do a small animation, which...
Yeah, you gotta click through it and stuff.
Yeah, which is apparent. Here we go, blacksmith. But something I do like about this is there's a... I don't want to say it's necessarily robust, but it's an interesting crafting system. Because basically you have, you know, you have your sword, you have your special weapon, you have gun, you have ammo, and then you have 3 pieces of armor. Can I pull up my menu here? I cannot. God, this stuff is so...
And you've got some very classic Japanese-ass game. Almost looks like tech tree shit.
Oh, yeah. So, like, let's see here. Where is my sword? So, you start with, like, this one sword, Yoshiyuki here. And you using the power of materials and money, upgrade it. Usually going up to a final point here. These ones are locked because apparently this blacksmith does not deal with magical and or legendary weapons. They're not that kind of place.
Of course.
So
Of course.
I gotta find the dude here. But yeah, let's do this one.
Find a special blacksmith for special swords. Perhaps through some kind of weird subquest.
Probably.
Listen, I'm like 2 chapters from the end of Judgment, and I've played like Yakuza Kiwami a decent number of hours. I understand how this shit works. Everything seems fine, and then you stumble into the karaoke club side quest, and then you lose a day.
Yeah, but you know they have the classic Japanese horse familiar. Like you have a Murasame here, you have a Muramasa here, you have the Michizuki Munachika. You know, then you got some weird ones. You have the captain's sword here because you have Kondo Asami's Kotetsu, Soji's Kiku Ichimonji. Whose was this one? Oh, Nagakura Shinpachi. Here, so you can get those swords, and they just have weird ones. The sparkling jelly blade. Jelly. This is one of the ones I want here, the Ameno Mark Kermikos, who does not want legendary Japanese swords. And other stuff. But like I said, you also have special weapons that you can also equip. You can get a spear, you can get an odachi, some weird shit here, a doll on a stick, great riding brush, giant chikawa, who doesn't like smacking people with food. You know, it's a lot of stuff. You can have a cannon. I haven't used the cannon much. I don't use a lot of the weird weapons here, but it's fun. A robust gun selection. What was that, Omega?
Nice. So I was just gonna say, when you said who doesn't like fighting you with food, I just flashed to the fucking like friendship action in Judgment, where you're outside a food store and they'll just throw you the burning hot like
Odin, and you're just like shoving it in someone's mouth.
Yes.
Yeah.
You just splash them with the burning oil and then just shove it in their mouth and they just go.
I think that is something I do think is probably a little lacking in Ishin. I don't feel like they have as many heat actions as previous entries. Like, because we have separate ability trees, one for each style, because there's Brawler, Swordsman, Gunman, and Wild Dancer, each focusing on a particular weapon. Brawler is no weapon, Sword is sword, Gun is gun, and Wild Dancer is both. As you can see, they have a bunch of like unlockable things and locked up things, which you have to go to certain masters and trainers for. I have not found the sword one yet. It's bugging me. And honestly, I'm not that much a fan of Wild Dancer. I keep trying to do it because I don't want to leave everything left alone, but it's very wacky and wild.
Yeah.
Very wacky and wild. But like the most interesting one I think I have is the well, I'm gonna call it making orange juice, and I'll show you what I mean.
All right, chat. Lucky's gonna make some orange juice.
I need to back the fuck up here. Oh, thank you. I have my fucking ability set to auto, so they just go off because I'm not that fussed about it. Usually the game's pretty good about. Hang on, let's see here. Here you go. Making orange juice.
That is just like fucking Odin, what I was thinking of. Just fucking stop an orange in his face. Juice sprays everywhere. What the fuck?
But like a lot of them are just basic. Like I do this one like all the fucking time. Just throwing a dude. If I get a dude over to a wall, I'll do the usual, you know, face. That.
Yeah, they really tried to spice up that spin throw, but like compared to other shit I've seen in a Yakuza game, that's very normal. You know, like just, oh, I stepped on his face. Yeah, okay. You know, call me when you know, rip a telegraph line out of the ground and smack him over the head with it or something.
Like, I can, you know, so they have the basic ones, like with the sword, like the, I'll show you.
Or like the fucking combo actions in Judgment where you can, you know, double team to like kick the guy at the same time up and down and shit.
Yeah, no, so the heat actions are a little lacking. I think there are more that I just probably haven't unlocked yet. But, and that, hey guys, you want to start a fight? Like I said, it took me a little while. It took me a little bit to get these guys to want to, you know, punch me, but let me see here. What's my heat at? 3? Like, I have an easy one here. This is literally just... Something I do like about this one, though, is depending on the button combination you have, you can change what you're going to do. Like, that one I had to do a full circle to do, but... Oops, hang on. This one, if I instead push triangle... I go with the vertical. So stuff like that I find cool.
Yeah, it's pretty rad.
But like I said, it's still just the basic. And there are other heat actions I just haven't been able to do because they require specific actions, like, you know, hitting triangle right before someone hits me. I'm like, no, I'm probably just gonna get hit.
Yeah. As fun as the dragon drop was in or tiger drop, I think it is in Judgment, where you do the guy goes in for the lunge, you just counter punch him.
Oh yeah, the Kamaki.
Sometimes you just get slapped in the face.
Yeah, the Kamaki tiger drop. Yeah.
You get punted sometimes, and you know that's the price you pay for playing the funny counter haha game.
Gotta eat food. Tunable.
And I see the photos are back.
Yep. Unfortunately, Lucky's not a big fan of fish, so... Bluefin. But, yeah. So right now we're interacting with the friendship/reputation system of the game, which is something that I enjoy. Basically, as you go around interacting with people, you can, you know, build friendships with them, and sometimes they give you little bitty bonuses, upgrades, or stuff like that. A lot of the times they just end with you helping them out and them giving you virtue, which is a secondary currency, I guess I want to call it, in which you can buy other things. Actually, I think I'm close to the shop.
So
Right.
it's kind of like, Sleeping Dog, great game, has, your face rank that goes up as you get more cool stuff. It's like that, but also you can spend it
Yeah.
correctly.
Basically, as you go around, do good things, help people out, contribute to society and stuff, you gain virtue. And virtue... Oh. Who dat? Madness. Who attacked my friends? I guess we're about to do a chase sequence here. I'm pretty sure they stole the animations from this straight from Judgment, or whatever this came from, because you will see this will look very familiar here in a second.
Yeah, I was about to ask, how 1-to-1 is this for the Judgment chase sequences? Running animation looks pretty similar.
You in here?
Oh, and you gotta figure out which way you went. It's kind of like the tailing segments.
Mm-hmm. Not here.
Can I just say while you're running around, I know it's historical, but I love the aesthetics of this.
Oh yeah,
Much
no,
like
I've
Judgment
been...
and the other Yakuza games make like Kamurocho feel very like real and lived in. This is doing a great job. Where is this set actually?
Kyo.
Okay, so it is set in Kyo, the capital. But it's very obviously some of that is you're playing on PS5, so it's very full-bodied in HD and all that stuff. But it feels very right, very vibrant. It's good.
Yeah.
Spiritual power.
God damn it, Law. Set in Kyomarucho.
No, that's the Gion district. There is a brothel you can go visit, and I feel like they did the most work on the models there. I'm just like, of course you fucking did. That is a look of judgment. Oh, my bomb with the priest, please.
A lot of Yuga Gotoku games have that kind of like, I wouldn't call it every frame of painting kind of a thing, but they have a high meme screenshot potential. But I really feel like there is a meme template there in Ryoma Kazuma just staring up at the sky and seeing your virtue meter get higher. But yeah, these games
These games
are last, and I'm very, very interested in this one. Obviously, like I said, I want to pace myself because I know that there's a lot, and I know that I have currently left Judgment unfinished. Mostly because I have been ill this past week. I am feeling better today, though still a little tired. I'm not quite as like feverish feeling, and
gotta buy a
I'm
new kimono for
like you'll
my
probably
mom.
notice I am coughing less than I was yesterday when we recorded Let's Talk. So I'm better, but not quite over it yet. But that big boy crime brain thinky, not good for fever brain. So I've been spending a lot of time playing Theater Rhythm, which I would love to talk about. But obviously, Lucky is playing the Ishin now, and if he's got anything else to say about it right now, we can keep going, or it can just come up naturally.
I mean, I think I have a lot to talk about it, but I'm willing just to let things come as they go. I'll probably not be doing much. I'll be trying to avoid doing story because, like I said, there's always something to be fucking doing in this goddamn game.
Yeah.
But we will see. Let's see.
I did notice you picked up a prize ticket on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here.
And there's another one.
Yeah, the map is fairly well sized, and there are like additional districts. Like, if you cross these bridges, you can reach the two other districts. They're both very small, and they don't go very well. Like, same going this way, but like I said, it's a little thing. I said they have a little bit of everything. So I'll be running around beating up bandits, all that crazy stuff.
Yep, doing your stuff. All right, so what I've been doing was, as I mentioned, I bought Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line. I was interested in this game for a while because I liked Final Fantasy music, and I guess it's fair to say I like rhythm games. I feel like sometimes I don't want to say that because people will be like, oh, yeah, you play DDR. Not really. I was pretty bad at that in arcades. I have played some Guitar Heroes back when those were made. But, there's a couple of series that I get into, and when they do these kind of like rhythm side games, at least for series that I know lots about the music about, those are usually pretty interesting. I have greatly talked up, for instance, Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory before. That's just a really, neat way to re-experience the music from that series that's been around for, over 20 years. Yeah, the Persona series are also really good. Those feature really good remixes. I need to pick up Dancing in Moonlight sometime, the P4 one, because that one has actual plot.
Oh.
It's got actual, post-game stuff happening. That was their version of, Strikers, basically, where you actually got, some continuation shit. Not as heavy, I think, because it was... Yeah, it has a plot, quote-unquote. It does have some character arc and stuff, because it is set in the post-game. It's not as intense, I think, as Strikers, but, the plot for the P5 and the P3 versions of that game is basically non-existent. I've played Dancing in Starlight, the P5 one, and I do enjoy it, but the plot is literally, the twins are like, pathetic prisoner, we're interested in the art of dance. We have summoned your friends to the Velvet Room in their dreams. Don't worry, they won't remember this. You are going to dance for us. Do it. Dance, human. And Joker is, of course, like, my entire life has led up to this moment. I'm fabulous. There's fun stuff in Starlight. Real fun character stuff, actually. You get to access recreations of all your the core Phantom Thieves rooms and look around in them. It's very fun. But I think I've talked about that before. But yeah, so Melody of Memory was really cool because that let me kind of re-experience a lot of music I liked and honestly appreciate some of it more than I did because unfortunately some Kingdom Hearts music is attached to Kingdom Hearts side games that I didn't have a lot of fun playing. There's actually some really cool music in Dream Drop Distance. I didn't really have a fun time playing that game, so I didn't really notice when I was playing it. But yeah, so, Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line is supposed to be we're doing a big Final Fantasy music-y send-up. Got a lot of series, all of the numbered titles up to 15, because obviously 16 isn't out yet. And also, from sequels, side series, and lots of other games and stuff. So there's a lot going on there. So I picked it up just thinking this will be cool. I can play through the games I like and, maybe do some side games and stuff, touch on some classic moments. And then Square Enix fucking bamboozled me. They fucking powerbombed me with the fact that I didn't know this about Theater Rhythm, and I genuinely didn't care. It was a pleasant surprise, but I'll let you know. It is a rhythm game, obviously, but also it's much more than that. They've built a Final Fantasy-ass RPG inside of a rhythm game. So, yeah. Basically, the way the game works is when you start, you have nothing unlocked. They give you these keys. Thankfully, it's free, but it does really kind of remind me of, certain kinds of, gacha games or other, weird compilation games. I would not be shocked if at some point in the past it was considered if this was, a free-to-play game where you bought every series title. I like that it's not, but it feels like it had that opportunity, especially because they do have DLC for some side game series. Though, unfortunately, that is a package deal, which is a little sad for me, because they have, season passes and stuff, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to pay $15 to get the Nier Automata track, because I also have to pay, $15 to get, 3 other games, Live Alive, which I've never played. But, they make an effort to be fairly comprehensive. I'll look into that. It didn't look like that on the PlayStation Store, but I don't know. I'll double check. But you start with nothing unlocked, and they give you some keys, and the game is nice to you in that it gives you a handful of Final Fantasy games which are easy starters. They're like, okay, you can start with any of these, I think it's 4 or 5 games, So it's just they go easy on you for trying to some of their less complicated stuff. And usually you don't have to clear a title to get a new key. It's usually after 4 or 5 songs, you'll get a little treasure chest that gets you a key. So technically you don't have to play all the way to the end. I started with Final Fantasy VII because that is one of the ones they allow you to start with. There are a couple, though, that you can. I think 12 is on that list. I think 14 is on that list, which is a little weird. I mentioned this on Wednesday. I believe 14 has the single most songs in a single title. Makes sense, obviously. It's been going on for about 10 years, but still, it's got like 32 tracks. Of which I am only like a few in because I clearly got to the end of the A Realm Reborn tracks, and I'm kind of like, okay, do I want to keep going into the Heavensward music? I know A Long Fall is in here somewhere, but I know that's also down the line, so I'll continue to work on that as time goes on. But you've got your songs and everything. So when you do a song track, you have a party of 4. Every title you unlock some characters from that title. Sometimes they're very obvious. Sometimes they're weird. For instance, 12. When you unlock 12, you get access to Vaughn, Ash, Balthier, and Fran. Bosch and Pinello are not included. And when you clear the game, you get access to, this happens with several titles, you'll get access to, like, boss characters or villain characters. When you clear 12, you get access to Gabranth, which is kind of like getting access to Bosch, but not quite the same thing. It's a little weird. Obviously, this works better for some other titles, like when you clear 7, you get Sephiroth. You clear 1, you get access to Garland. Shit like that. But you have a character party of 4. And each character is a different type of character, and they level up, and they have access to different skills. You have 3 skill slots. You get a bunch of skills as you level up. So characters are divided by like what type they are. Some are physical attackers that are focused mostly on dealing damage to enemies. Some are healers. They have a full set of RPG-ass stats, which are tied to certain abilities, which you can improve with like items and other prestige leveling. There's physical attackers, there's healers, there's magic attackers, there are hunters, which are usually speed or luck-based characters, but they're good at getting you certain farming like item drops or moving faster through certain types of levels. I'll explain in a minute. There's a couple different level types. There are like support characters who just boost your buddies, which very funnily enough, that's Vaughn's character type, is he's a supporter. There are summoner type characters and stuff like that. And generally, you will understand, most, there's defenders too, tank type characters. So generally, you will understand and follow along, most of what the characters are doing, though it's not a guarantee, because, like I said, they have a mix of different abilities. For instance, Ash is characterized as a magic character, probably because her unique special. Everyone has, I think, at least has exactly one unique ability. So her unique ability is like Maelstrom Bolt. You do a lot of magic damage to everybody. But also, she's also a physical attacker, so she's got like, Thunderblade and stuff, which, does certain element damages and shit like that. There's some back and forth. Sephiroth, for instance, is a physical attacker type character because of like some of the specials he can access, but also he gets access to like Meteor, as like high level magic attack, so you need to scale his magic up as well. So there's a lot of stuff going on there, and it's like I said, it's in depth. It's a little hard to track because the interface isn't like a full RPG interface. When you're doing the stages, the songs, it's still a rhythm game, but you can kind of pick up on what's going on. You have 4 party slots. You have different items you can use to like help you out through there. So that, like a Phoenix Down will save you from a game over. A high potion will heal you, if your HP drops too low. Yes, you have a little HP bar, which is kind of your conglomeration of all the party members' HP. If you miss a note, or even if you just do like only okay on a note hit, you might take some damage. Some enemies will do abilities. Yeah, you can have a summon equipped, which is a whole like gotcha ass thing as well, because they have like random modifiers of different rarities, so you end up with like 5 billion copies of every summon because they've got, procedurally generated effects. Yeah, so if you do poorly, you get a hit. There's also some abilities, because there are status effects, because of course there are. So you can be poisoned, which does damage over time, up to 1% of damage per second, up to 30% of your max HP. You can be blinded, which means you can't activate physical-based skills. You can be silenced from magic. You can be turned to stone, which means you don't do fucking anything for literally 20 seconds. It sucks. Well, your characters don't do anything. You, the player, keep playing the rhythm game, which is kind of the weird part of it, I would say. I think I prefer it that way. Also, I want to shout out Theater Rhythm is a what I would say is a good rhythm game in that if you miss a note, the note doesn't miss in the song. So you don't like fuck yourself up that way if you accidentally miss a couple notes and you lose the rhythm. The rhythm keeps playing. It's just you missed the score because there's this RPG element going on kind of under it to let you know. So it generally feels, kind of, unobtrusive and on point. Obviously, they have different difficulty levels. I'm playing most of them at basic. The game will call because they have like little side missions for you to play at higher levels, like expert and ultimate. And as you go up in difficulty, obviously the notes come, a little more rapidly and are a little more on point, which is cool. But so, as you hit notes, your party members do damage. The better you hit the note, the more damage they do. So if you get a rainbow critical mark, you do a really good, level there. Your different characters have different roles. Like, honestly, if you're good at the game and you're playing the basic levels of difficulty, I have to wait to see what happens. Is it a trap? It's a spike trap, yeah. Why do they build fucking spike traps in caves? What's happening?
I'm trying to get Okay, there has to be a way to, like, fucking turn those off. What the fuck?
Yeah, those are fast. Am
I dumb? Am I just being dumb?
You get pushed all the way back. It's rough.
Okay, I just have to time it right, that's all.
Old school jank. Just get in there. Dual dash. But yeah, so, like, if you're playing the game at the lower difficulties and once your characters are, like, decently leveled and you know what you're doing, healers are basically non-essential, but as Zero Ran was saying in chat, if you're playing at higher difficulty, which the game does encourage you to do by giving you, like, side quests for collectibles and shit. By the way, this guy's huge and on fire. Are we just supposed to take that? This giant fiery man?
Yeah, something like that. Ow. Ow. Alright, I'm gonna need a sword, I think. Lightning for everybody!
Marvelous big combo.
Bitch.
It's a little like that, actually, honestly. But yeah, so if you do higher difficulty, healers are essential because otherwise you will literally die and game over. And like I said, defenders kind of go in there. Yeah, there's some quests that are about like killing a specific boss in a very short amount of time, so you need like real high single target damage guys. Abilities are dependent because some of them are you get unlimited. Like most basic attacks and spells are like every time you hit 40 triggers successfully, or depending on the higher difficulties, more triggers, you'll execute this ability. Cool. Other times it's like abilities trigger automatically, at the start of the song, when you start a battle, at set percentage points through the song. Others are, you only have so many uses per song, so you got to be careful. Like, there are abilities which trigger when a boss appears. Yes, there are bosses. There are enemies and bosses. But this game is mean and will have bosses that are not the boss you need to kill for the mission who show up first and will soak up all your abilities like an asshole. So, if you want to just play rhythm game shit, you absolutely can. But also, there is a lot of big brain stuff going on that I was just absolutely blown away by. And I have only touched a little bit of because, as I said, I've been sick this past week. I was so sick that I was, practically dead on lots of lounging in bed and watching stuff.
See, this is why I leave it on auto. When I hit, like, half health, my fucking healing trooper just kicked in automatically. I didn't have to worry about shit.
Yeah, I haven't cleared that's the original version of One Wing Angel. You have to defeat 4. It's nothing but Safer Sephiroth. So it's just a boss rush. You have to kill 4 of them. You're auto-silenced when he starts, so you can't use magic abilities no matter what. Oh, is it Advent Children? Is that one? Okay. It's the Rebirth one. Shocking nobody. There's like 3 versions of One Winged Angel in this game. The fact that there are so many Final Fantasy VII games is reflected because there are 3 separate titles. So there's original Final Fantasy VII. There's the Final Fantasy VII series, which is honestly mostly it's just Advent Children tracks and some Crisis Core tracks. Though I think there's a song from the Last Crisis anime in there. And then there's the remake. Remake is its own title. That's very interesting, by the way, because we've probably talked about this before, and I've definitely mentioned it. The remake soundtrack is unhinged. You know, there's like 4 different movements in them, and they're like 10 minutes long. So usually the versions in Theater Rhythm I've played only include like 1 or 2 phases tops. So the Airbuster theme is in there, but unfortunately it's only the first 2 phases, so you don't get to the really crazy shit.
Go in there. Fuck.
Like he's talking to himself. He's doing stuff.
I am
Chivalrous Bandits.
I'm still gonna cut him.
Yeah, so you don't get to the crazy shit. But yeah, so like there's a whole team comp thing. There are bosses and there's others. Yeah, they try and keep it to, I think, a reasonable distance for players for the most part. I think even One Winged Angel is a little truncated, though the original version does at least go through all the classic movements. You only play the very last bit for like the remake version of Genova and One Winged Angel, because those have like 2 or 3 full start setup phases before they get to the real rhythm. Oh, and I've talked about this a lot off stream, but I'll mention this here. Square Enix are monsters. So there's different levels of stages, right? There are battle stages. These are relatively simple. You've got your normal rhythm game shit. There are single target triggers where you can press any fucking button. No, seriously, it's like top buttons, face buttons, whatever. I think the D-pad even works if you feel like it. There are slide triggers where you have to hit a direction. You can use either right or left stick. You know, shoulder buttons are good. Those are recommended, actually, for higher level difficulty, so you can kind of alternate your fingies. You can hit face buttons as well. There are hold triggers, and there are also sometimes double triggers, so you got to hit 2 at once. This is also why shoulder buttons are good. And basically, like I said, when you hit a trigger, your characters will do damage. They do it based on your party order and stuff. Certain triggers are special. So you hit all your party members. There are also, I forgot to mention that there are slide triggers where you hit a direction. Sometimes there are double slide triggers where you have to hit 2 directions at once. So watch out. Ooh, and then there's higher level ones that require 4 pushes at once. Damn. This, like I said, there's some real rhythm game shit in here. And there's some real RPG shit. It's very deep. I like it a lot. But yeah, those are your normal battle stages. Enemies will come in phases, and, you know, you defeat them. Sometimes enemies drop chests. If you have hunter-type characters, they usually have abilities or high luck scores to make you drop more chests to get random shit. Items, collectibles, summons, whatever. Stat items. Skill scrolls are a thing. They're you know, consumable items you can spend to give a character a certain skill. I haven't really gotten into that kind of customization yet, but I probably will at some point. And, you know, it's pretty normal. Occasionally these will have like boss phases and stuff, but there's a lot of normal enemies. There are field music stages, and these are mostly like battle stages, but they have a couple of things that are different. First of all, the way they do hold triggers are different, so you have to hold it and then move your cursor up and down in time to the rhythm. That one took me a while to get a hold of because I don't think the tutorial explained it super great, but I got it eventually. And also, field music stages have an interesting thing where your party has like a set speed. So not only do you have to win battles, but you also have to travel. So, you know, you will move along those moments and actually like pick up different speed. Yeah, it's based on your agility. And there's passive abilities, like some characters can get haste or haste march and shit to make you go faster. This is important because, again, challenges on field music stages and high scores are based on damage you do, so you need to run faster to kill more enemies to do more stuff. And then there are boss stages. Mechanically, I don't think there's anything directly different about boss stages. It's just they tend to have more concentrations of boss enemies, tougher enemies, and more weird shit. Because, yes, the game will, when you're playing the, I guess it's called the story mode, you know, like the actual, like, doing the series quests, some specific songs have specific variables, like some will have really slow-moving triggers, some will have really fast-moving triggers. Some of them will have really fast-moving triggers with a optional side quest to get a perfect chain. Looking at you, Gold Saucer. Haven't done that one yet. It's very fast. There's a lot of stuff going on in Gold Saucer, guys. Sorry, just imagine me staring into the middle distance while the Gold Saucer theme plays. I just think about that, how that da-da-da-da-da goes. Now imagine that's fucking Guitar Hero notes flying at your face.
Oh.
That's theater rhythm, everybody. Yeah. No. There's a lot of fast ones. Yeah, the slow ones are weird. Like, they're easy going, but also it makes you feel worse when you fuck it up. Because you're like, damn, that was slow. What the fuck? But yeah, so they've got different stuff. But boss stages are usually just thematically marked. And as I was alluding to earlier, Square Enix are unhinged about this. Aerith's theme is a boss stage. The original version. I don't know why. Technically, it's the first time you fight, like, the little Genova-type enemy. Because, yes, there are little deformed sprite enemies of all kinds of stuff. There's most of the major summons in the game. There is a Garuda, but it's the Garuda from, like, Final Fantasy II that's just the giant bird. So even when you play the Primal Garuda's music in 14, you fight the giant bird version, not the giant bird woman. It's a little funny. But so Aerith's theme is technically the first time you fight the Genova enemy. And I do believe that does actually happen in 7, if I remember rightly. You do have to fight a Genova boss right after that. Yeah, there's a lot of good shit. There's a lot of great music in there. But yeah, so it's like really in-depth. I like it a lot. I think that I like the distinction between battle stages and field stages because they let them kind of like switch up the music. Like 7 leans kind of evenly. You know, there's field music stages for a lot of classic stuff. Like, you know, like I said, Gold Saucer's in there. Cosmo Canyon is in there. You know, High When It Takes to the Skies, main theme of Final Fantasy VII, shit like that. Kind of disappointed there's no, I don't think there's any version of Under the Rotting Pizza in the game. But that one's very short and to the point, so it makes sense. But also there's, you know, loads of battle themes. You've got, you know, Let the Battles Begin, Bombing Run, Fight On, you know, the actual boss themes, the Genova theme, One Winged Angel. Birth of a God. The pre-final boss theme that not a lot of people remember. So that one's kind of a jam if you don't remember Birth of a God. It's no One Winged Angel, but, like, it's all right. And then there's other games like, oh, yeah, actually, that's a good point. Yeah, so they have lots of different little enemy sprites. They also have, every song has a background that's specific to where it was used in its original game. So it's pretty wild. Like, I'm working on Final Fantasy X right now because after doing, you know, all of the 7s, 12, and starting on 14, I was like, I'm just going to go back to 1 and just do them in order. Logical order of things. But when you do the Blitzball theme in 10, you do it in a little Blitzball arena. It's very fun. But yeah, so like they have a lot of variety of stuff going on. So there's a lot of artistry put into this. Take a sip of water. But yeah, I'm just, it's been having a blast going through stuff. Oh, right, I remember what I was saying. 12, for instance, because 12 doesn't have a lot of distinct battle themes, it's almost entirely like special boss themes. It has a lot of field music stages, and even then, it doesn't even hit all of the iconic songs they could. But it's still it's a good one, you know, Rabbit-Aster, shit like that. Theme of the Arcadian Empire, everybody remembers. But, you know, they do still keep some battle themes. And then other stuff is, like, you know, a mixture. Like, I feel like 14, for instance, has a pretty even split. Like, a lot of the Esper themes are in there as a battle theme. And just the classic AAR original fight music is a track in Theater Rhythm. But then they've also got, like, all the ambient tracks for, you know, all the main areas and stuff. Yeah, when you beat a series, you can unlock a character. Sometimes they unlock, like I said, like villain or boss characters for you to play. You'll unlock all the songs in free play, and you'll unlock event modes, which include actual little, you know, gameplay movies for you to play over. For lots of little stuff. some of which are unique. Like when I beat the Final Fantasy VII Remake series, like I got to the end of that track, it unlocked event movie mode for Hollow, the ending theme, the credits theme. So some of it is distinct. Some of it is just classic or songs with stuff over them. And like I said, it's just really interestingly in depth. And I found it like easy to play and like think about and strategize, even when I'm playing games that I like don't remember at all or never played. Especially because obviously some of those games had weird port over issues. I did talk about this a little on our 14 stream, but it did remind me how. And I know you've mentioned this before, but 14 is really a send-up of the entire Final Fantasy series in a way. Because, like, when you go back and play the games and you can see the characters, the themes, the, like, different stuff you can unlock. There are cosmetics you can unlock. You can unlock an airship, one from each series, which drops you off when you start field music stages. You're accompanied by a little magical musical Moogle, and you can unlock costumes for him, including a Tonberry costume. And stuff like that. But, like, there's just a lot of really interesting things. For instance, 2 is all about there's a Rebels and an Empire, and the Emperor is the character you unlock at the end. Obviously, there's all the, the literal Crystal Tower shit in 3, which turns into Cloud of Darkness. That was a whole, series of Alliance raids we did on stream. God, what was it? Was it 4? I think it's 4. Has a lot of moon shit in it. There's like that's where the lunar whale comes from and stuff. I think that was 4. It was 4 or 5. So there's a lot of things when you actually go back and do these. You're kind of like, oh yeah, there's some of the stuff that was missed. Moon stuff in 4. Obviously, there's the like 4 fiends and the classic chaos thing in 1. There's a lot of focus on the Espers in 6. Plot-wise, I don't know if they've really gotten into anything that seems... I think we've talked about this. They haven't really done anything overtly 7 adjacent yet. But there are concepts from 7, obviously, that are heavily used, like Materia and the Lifestream. But yeah, there's a lot of fun characters to unlock. Like I said, they all have like semi-unique move sets that kind of like mix and match their different skills and stuff. You can have a lot of fun. Like at one point, I just started grinding out an Oops All Villains party. Because you can unlock a lot of those guys. You can jam a lot together. This is, I think, the reason for a lot of alternate characters. Like, some are just cosmetic. Like, when you unlock, the Final Fantasy VII, like, compilation series for side musics, you unlock Zack and Cloud and Tifa 2, which is just Cloud and Tifa in their Advent Children costumes. And they're very similar. Though, obviously, Cloud 2 has Omnislash version 5. But other alternate versions are like actually distinct. Like for instance, I talked about this. I saw some people joking about Final Fantasy 14 character representation because it's got when you unlock 14, you unlock Y'shtola and Y'shtola 2. Well, those are mechanically separate characters. Regular Y'shtola 1 is a healer. Y'shtola 2 is a magic user, so she does still have some healing. Alphino, for instance, is a magic type character, but he also gets a little bit of healing abilities and some summon related stuff, which works. So there's lots of these cute little nods to how different characters go different ways, and you can focus on your favorites. After you hit level 99, there's a star level system, so you can like prestige grind to get big stat increases and shit, which takes a long time. So there's rewards for continuing everything. It's a solid title. If you like Final Fantasy games and you like rhythm games, go for it. Yeah, getting to star level. I haven't even hit the first star level in some of my characters. There's a lot to go there, but it's a fun time. I recommend it. I'm probably gonna, depending on if we're doing anything after this, I'll probably go back and go back to it. I don't know. I am still a little sick. All right. I'm going to. I think they only have one Cecil. But there's like 99 levels of stuff, so you can get through, you can mix and match some abilities. All right, Audacity's lagging a little bit, so I'm going to stop the audio recording and reset that real quick. And then after I get it to reset correctly, I'm probably going to take a quick break and step away. Like he's just fucking beating up bandits in a cave. Yep. cave
Actually,
bandits.
if I don't do it, will it just do regular? It does. Okay. I wasn't sure about
Oh, so you just have a default. If you don't do it, button press so you can extend it.
that. Yeah. Fair. Ooh. Nice. Making money. I need silver scrap. Do I have to go farm the fucking... That's alright, let's go. Anyway, let's go play Shinsengumi, gotcha.
Alright. I will step away then, because I've got the audio stopped and be right back.
Righto. Oh, it's a rare one. Oh, he charges up heat. Neat. Oh, another rare. A rare gunner. Amplifies charge speed. Let's go one more. Oh, is this a... Oh, it's just an uncommon one. Fuck it, we'll do two small ones. We'll see here. How does this work? Troop unlisted. Just a common lad. Oh, this might be good. Maybe? Oh, I see. I just want to look at my fucking troopers. Oh, here we go. Nope, wait, nope. This is the... Look at them all. 400 fucking dudes in this gacha game. And I only have 34 of them. Jesus. How many legendary ones are there? I'm curious. I mentioned this before on another game, but I had a chance to get a legendary dude randomly, and I accidentally hit no on the recruitment, and I was so mad. So mad. And I haven't seen another one since. I've gotten like 3 epics, but no other legendaries. I'm all like, why does this happen to me? Alright. Lucky, compulsively fixing, organizing.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Audio is back. Sorry with that. Cats are being a little bit weird. Yelling at me when there's food in the bowl. I know food's in the bowl. It just has to be perfect. They'll
Has
get
to be
over
that
it.
way.
Okay. But yeah, that's mostly what I got to say about Theater Rhythm. I think I can turn that into a jumping off point for a couple of things, depending on what we want to do. And how much focus Lucky needs right now. Because one of them, I think, would actually involve a little bit of discussion. Because there was some stuff we brought up, specifically you brought up some stuff on Wednesday during the 14 stream. And we didn't really get a chance to circle back to that on stream.
You're going to have to remind me what that was, because I do not have brain.
It's okay. Well, I mean, we'll just jump into it. Yeah, so this Wednesday, I got credits to roll on A Realm Reborn 2. So second credits, like, literally got to the part where Heavensward started. So earlier in the stream, I was talking about how I remembered a lot of discussion about Alphino as a character and being like, oh, it gets so much better in Heavensward. And I was kind of like, I don't feel like Alphino was that bad. And you were like, well, let's wait till we actually get there because there might be some stuff. And there were a lot of cutscenes and stuff.
Yes.
But we couldn't go super deep into that because, funnily enough, Dallas showed up at the end just after I finished all my cutscenes, and he's not actually caught up on the bridge quest stuff. He had cleared a Realm Reborn, but had not actually gotten all the way through all the bridge stuff to get ready to Heavensward. So didn't necessarily want to get into spoilers and stuff, but this is What's Up, so we can talk about things that are technically like 10 years old. Probably a little less than that. I don't know exactly when they finished getting through all the bridge stuff, but
I mean, it's a little less. Final Fantasy 14 is celebrating its 10-year anniversary this year, I believe.
Yeah. Recently, because they won I think it was a DICE award for Best Ongoing Game.
Yes. Best online game, I believe.
Yeah, best online game. And during his little acceptance speech, Yoshi talked about how it's coming up on the 10 years since they actually launched Realm Reborn. Yeah. But yeah, so a little less, but spoiler stuff, technically, kind of. Even though, as discussed, you told me to immediately go watch the Heavensward trailer, which I did do, because you could do that in-app, basically.
Yep.
And it really spoils. What happens? So, there's some extra foreshadowing there. But yeah, so, basically, to kind of set up for, like, why you're doing what you're doing, what I assume you're doing anyway in Heavensward. I don't actually know what we were doing, other than we're going to go to Ishgard, and we're probably going to punch some dragons. Hopefully, punch some Asians, and maybe punch some popes. I don't know. I don't know what my punch list looks like. My dance card's very full at the moment. But I feel like to... And I think there's an art to this. I've read a lot about, for instance, how like WoW frames their expansion packs. I think there's an art to expansion packs and MMOs and kind of like framing how you can keep going and progression and stuff, right? So how 14 does that in the bridge between A Realm Reborn and Heavensward is, number one, you kind of lose some of your magic power juice a little bit. Midgard-Zormr eats your crystals and resets your Blessing of Light, or something like that. It's not terribly clear. You just know that you collected a lot of glowy rocks, and they made you, shoot big light beams, and then he turned them all gray. He slurped up all the flavor, all the juice. So you got to watch out for that. But in exchange, he doesn't just blast your ass, so I guess it works out for you. And then as a second thing, even though... Yeah, I'll say this. At least when you're doing it kind of all contiguously now these days, I'm sure when there were patches and stuff, it was a lot differently paced. But when you're doing it all together now, even though I feel like thematically, well, actually, I guess it's part of the reset. So hold on. Sorry, I'm going unscripted here. I don't have my thoughts all in order. I'm trying to figure this out. But baseline of Realm Reborn ends with kind of the big triumph moment. Everybody puts all their swords together, and it's like, okay, cool. We blew up Ultima Weapon. We have done a major defeat for the Garleans. They're not gone, but, they've lost their leader, and we've really blacked their eye. All three members of the Eorzea Alliance are super buddy-buddy. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are here. We're all together. We're gonna figure this out, and everything's gonna be hunky-dory. And then kind of a lot of the bridge quest stuff is you as now, kind of like newly minted as the Warrior of Light, the Scions, and then... kind of Alphino doing his own thing a little bit on the side there, trying to figure out, like, okay, so we're going to save the realm. How the fuck are we going to do that? How do we do that again?
By picking up every rando on the street and giving them a uniform. This no way will go badly.
Yeah. So, like, when you roll credits the first time, A Realm Reborn ends very positively. It seems very good, but... if everything is actually hunky-dory, then there's no conflict. So a lot of the bridge quests are setting up how the conflict works. Some of which is very subtle, some of which is not. I said this before. I don't think I was spoiled on Nanamo's assassination. I just, like, felt the vibes that was gonna happen. Like, I just... The fucking... The camera angles and shit just made me go, like, oh, no. That said, I did mention this. I'm pretty sure Nanamo's death scene is gonna fucking haunt me in my dreams. Jesus. They sometimes the facial animations and the different stuff they had for the Realm Reborn era, sometimes it's a little over the top and not a good way. That one's just gonna stick with me. But yeah, so like they have to kind of set up this stuff to like, you know, lay you low. But yeah, no, Ilberd, that one kind of did get me. Like, I thought, like, when he first showed up, I was a little weirded out by him. Like, I was like, oh man, this guy, I don't know, this guy seems like really weirdly in charge all of a sudden. But then he's like buddies with Raban, and you're like, oh, but Raban's cool. I like him. If they're friends, he must be cool. That, children, is called nepotism. Don't do it. Background checks for everybody. So, like, especially considering that I'm, at least, and, you know, if it comes back to this plot point, be sure to tell me that we'll get back to it. But I feel like the thing with, what he calls the Ivy, the Garlean spy that you have in the Immortal Flames, I feel like that was all legit. Like, that was an actual, like, thing he did. You know? So, like, he seems really legit, and then you get to the end, and you're like, even though some of that stuff I feel like was part of it, you know, I'm like, okay, I saw this coming, and then there's other parts I'm like, oh, I didn't see that coming. But yeah, so basically, it's a 2 or 3-fold process. You know, you win a big victory. You their wards do get blown up, but you prevent Ishgard from getting completely ransacked by giant dragons. You know, you meet Sir Amaric, head of their Temple Knights, and he's a really cool dude. People on the internet like him a normal amount. Big 1%er. That's mostly just for the guys in the crows. But you know, you're doing good. You go to a fancy dinner party, and then shit gets really fucked because you get a huge wombo combo, which is Nanamo is assassinated, and as a result of things, Raban ends up down an arm and arrested. That's okay. He did the one thing I was hoping anybody would do, and he completely bodies Teledeji Adeleji first. I mean, I think it would be funnier if that was like a trial you did, but it still is it works pretty good. Well, no, that's because you have the double betrayal. Because you think it's one thing, you think when he just obliterates Teledeji, it's going to be over for that level, right? But then no, Lolorito rolls up and he's like, I was actually, remember how they said I was bad? Even though I was kind of on your side, I'm still bad.
Don't worry about Lolorito. Lolorito is more complex than you think. It's not the last time you're going to see him.
No. That I know for sure. They did a lot in that ending of A Realm Reborn, the bridge quest, to like set him up as like a major thing going on. You know, they do a decent job of juggling a couple of plot hooks to put you forward going into Heavensward, actually. But like, you know, there's this whole thing where you know, you get arrested, you're accused of the murder, even though you absolutely didn't do it. I do like that they make sure to point out later that like when you run into Raban's adopted son. I only met him the once, so I don't remember his name, but he's really cool. He's the most dashing Lalafell I've ever fucking met. Yeah, no, he's great. I've known him for 5 minutes, and it's great. But he says that, like, the common people are not going to be so quick to turn on the Warrior of Light, right? Which I appreciate that note. That's right, it's Pippin! Thank you, Omega Alter. How could I forget? But yeah, so like I said, you know, the Eorzean Alliance is you know, really together, so we got to break it up. Nanamo's down, obviously, so the Syndicate and the Monetarists take over. I do kind of feel like, and I don't know if it's just because of like early game writing constraints, I do kind of feel like the other members of the Alliance kind of like let the assassination attempt go a little fast. Like, I saw Admiral Merle, you know, get up in there and fucking shotgun Sahagin, and just her guy's like, Admiral, we gotta leave. It's just like, rawr, I leave angrily. I know that she says earlier in that plot arc, like, her number one thing is to look out for the people of Limsa, but like, I know that she's not like afraid or anything, you know. And while the Gridanians are weird, usually I feel like Connie Senna, like, she has her head in the right place, right?
Well, that's the thing about political leaders. They always have to consider their own politics first before they consider any others.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if it was more than just a like subtle poisoning type assassination of Nanamo, if like there was like an attack on the palace at the same time or something, I could understand maybe that like there would be a reason to get out of there. But like at the very least, I kind of feel like the other two members of the Alliance could have like leaned on the Alliance a little bit to be like, well, we got to investigate this shit. I want to see every step of this investigation. This is very important. Obviously, I'm sure there would have been rebuttals, and maybe we'll get into that in Heaven's Word, but like it felt like they rapidly exit there. There's a lot of stuff that I think Axe put it a good way. You feel the hand of the author a little bit. The game developers have to put you in the place so that you can start Heaven's Word the way you start it, you know? So just because this is already like literally 2 hours of cutscenes, and it is, they kind of speed things up a little. Some subtleties are lost to get you in the place, and it's ultimately, I think it's going to be for the better experience of the player. It just moves a little rapidly, but like obviously, you know, we kind of put the Alliance of Eorzea in a weird spot. You know, obviously, you know, you're run out of Ul'dah, basically. So in this process, two other things kind of happen. The first we've alluded to is one of your previous things was you basically created a fourth grand company because... and you know, like I said, Alphinaud gets really sad sack about this, and I want to talk about that a little bit. But at the same time, Alphinaud is right about a lot of stuff. It's just that I think a good way to put it is he takes that being right about stuff and assumes that he's right about everything.
Well, yeah, no. Little bit story about Alphinaud. Alphinaud was one of the top students in the old Charlian Academy, and was famous for his debates and rhetoric. But
debate club president,
basically. So he's a person who's really good at putting forth his ideas and making people see his point and way, but he is not good at the execution. He is not good at the execution and realization of those plans. He is someone who constantly gets tripped up by the number one rule of plan making is no plan survives contact with the enemy.
Yeah, and I think that's very fair. I mean, this is the joke I've made. He is just kind of a nerd. Like, he's a school kid who's been handed, you know, the opportunity of grand destiny and shit. Big boy, grandpa pants to fill. He's only 16. He doesn't know, like, about pragmatic shit. Like, all of the Alliance leaders play realpolitik, and I think that, you know, Alphinaud has some points when he calls him out on it. Like, I remember that conversation while Aymeric is still there. And he's like all the leaders are like, ah, yes, of course, Ishgard. We're so close allies. We're so glad we could come to your aid. And Alphinaud's just like, we're so happy to say this after the fact. When, you know, literally just us Scions had to go bust our balls to save Ishgard. And the rest of the guys were like, well, we can't really help you because Ishgard sucks, actually. And then, you know, 5 minutes later, they're singing Ishgard's praises. Real double talk, double think shit. Very realistic, but a little frustrating to see, you know?
Well, that's politics for you.
Yeah, and I think that kind of, like, puts you in the mindset of what Alphinaud is thinking about. He's trying to, like, come up with these grand plans, like you said, in these solutions, and he's got good ideas. He just doesn't have enough world experience to actually, like, put them to use responsibly. So, you know, you form this other grand company, the Crystal Braves, and at first I kind of thought that they were going to end up, like, cannon fodder, and some of them did. Some of them were redshirted, absolutely. But instead, no, you alluded to this earlier. It turns out hiring the literal first 10 people you could find on the street is not a great strategy to build cohesion and loyalty. It turns out some of them were fucking plants. Alternatively, some of them were just willing to take coin for anything. And, you know, it turns out that betraying you to the monetarists was a lot
more profitable,
more rewarding, and a lot less dangerous than, you know, the other stuff that Alphinaud was telling them to do. And so, like, the Crystal Braves end up mostly betraying you. There are some holdouts who do help you out with stuff, and there were some hardcore loyalists, some of whom were purged.
Are you guys fighting a fucking?
Hold on.
Hang on, I need to go commit a murder. I've been taking care of this fucking dog, and these two nerds are just fucking beating it up? Okay.
They bullied the dog. They're dead.
They are dead, but as soon as I see them again. You okay, boy?
Good dog.
Good. I like this. Just Roma's just like, if they're hurting this dog, they'll pay. Just violence is the answer.
I mean, that's a pretty good rule. You fuck with a dog, you could die.
Yeah, no, in this game, you can adopt, you have a little house you have that you can grow vegetables and stuff and cook and stuff. But you can also adopt, like, 3 cats and 3 dogs. You can have a lot of pets. I'm just like, yes, this is good.
Yeah, it's really good. But yeah, so the Crystal Braves turn on you, and they work with the brass blades. There's a lot of B sounds in this. And like I said, I really didn't necessarily see the Ilberd thing coming. Like it seemed like he was pretty solid. Raban vouched for him.
Oh, don't worry. Like I said, like you are going to be fairly removed from wait, where am I? The Alliance politics while you're in Heavensward as you deal with Ishgardian politics and all that stuff. But once you get to Stormblood, we're going to come back to that, like, full fucking send. And you'll see, like, what's up with Ilberd and all that stuff. Because Ilberd has a reason for why he's doing it.
Oh, yeah. He goes into a little bit of a motive rant. But
yeah.
It's also, it still seems a little, obviously, it's framed this way. It seems a little shallow because he's smack-talking Nanamo. And you're like, but I liked her. She was, reasonable. She was trying to, dissolve the monarchy and create democracy. That's rad. For most of the audience at home, probably. But yeah, so it was still a little bit of a turn, and I'm sure I will absolutely enjoy every moment of Ishgardian politics. I definitely haven't been saying to myself, as we've been kind of touching on this stuff in the bridge quests, like, I'm gonna end up hating everybody at the end of this, aren't I? You're all gonna be dumb. Maybe not literally everybody. Some people in Ishgard are actually cool. Aimoric's great. Harshfont, a real one, a real G. But like the backstory stuff, like whatever's going on with these dragons, and the people, I'm just gonna be like, this is gonna make me angry at everybody, aren't I?
Oh,
I've been doing this bullshit for 1,000 years. It's gonna be dumb, isn't it?
You're mostly gonna be. Oh shit! Okay.
Just catch them all in one fucking blade swipe. Neat.
Yeah, 1 second.
He blasted him. Sword blasted him. But yeah, while we're waiting for Lucky to come back, so the Crystal Braves is one step, and then the other thing I think I can talk about is you do a really good job of growing your bonds with the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and getting to know them a little bit. You have this whole thing with your different character arcs with everybody, and you have kind of a fraught end up with Thancred in the original story because he gets possessed, and you gotta depossess him by slapping the shit out of La Habrea.
Mm-hmm.
And so the other element of the ending is after the Crystal Braves turn on you, after you get arrested and stuff, you get run out of Ul'dah, and they do the classic diminishing party thing. And obviously, spoilers, I know that some of these characters did not die, even though the game sure wants to make you doubt their existence. Because, I mean, like I said, there's 2 Y'shtola designs in Theater Rhythm, and I haven't seen the second one in 14 yet, but also there's 4 more expansions. So, there's a little bit of the late arrival, you can't help but know that stuff is going to go on. I think there was a joke I made that night where I think Teledegi is your story is going to end here, and I'm like, bitch, there's 4 more expansions. So I know it's not going to be the end of my story, though. I would say that would be a baller move to kill the player avatar character halfway through an MMO, and that's why you restart in a later expansion because you fucking died. That'd be funny. Anyway, but yeah, so they scatter all the scions to the 4 winds and make you wonder if some of them are alive or dead and stuff. And you have to abandon your second house because the Rising Stones get taken over. There's literally a guy standing outside. And what does Harshfont call the new place? The sleeping snows?
Yeah, something like that.
He comes up with a funny name. But yeah, basically, because you can't afford to walk around in Ul'dah, and also Ishgard's gonna fucking die to dragons, because there was actually a dragon attack which called Aymeric away. Because I haven't known Aymeric that long, but I'm pretty sure he wouldn't stand for any of that horseshit that happened either.
Probably not. No. He pull a sword and cut a motherfucker.
He would be like, you say this warrior of light did this. I have personally seen them beat up like 20 dragons in front of my city, so nah, they didn't. Nah, they're cool. I say they're cool. Are you saying I'm not cool? Everybody's like, nobody would say you're not cool, Sir Aymeric. But yeah, like, there's... And obviously it's staged that way. A messenger comes out of nowhere to, like, suck him away from the meeting at the last minute. But yeah, so, it sets up pretty evenly that the Heavensward focus is going to be on Ishgard. You're going to regroup there. But they do a lot to kind of take apart your support system, put you in new locations, and give you a reason to drive forward into Ishgard, actually, because it's like, listen, we got to fucking relocate and do our stuff. And, in the trailer, the Warrior of Light's got to look out a really tall window because apparently Ishgard is fucking tall. Why did they build it that high? I don't know. Maybe I'll find out. But yeah, I think it was a fairly effective setup. But yes, there are some bits where kind of like we said, Alphino kind of realizes that. I mean, he gets really sad sack about it and is like, "Oh no, it's all my fault." And I'm like, I think I said this on stream. No, buddy. I'll take the heat on the Crystal Braves thing. Maybe I shouldn't have just literally grabbed the first 10 people I saw on the street. Technically, I did that part.
Well, I think it's one bonus because again, like Alphino is just a child. Like ages rarely come up in this game, but like I'm pretty sure they are literally like Alphino and Alice are literally just like not even a year out of school. Yeah. They graduated and they came up because grandfather did some shit and they want to figure out what the fuck happened because stuff. You'll find out more about the Leveler's family situation in Endwalker. I'm actually surprised it took that long for them to get through that. But no, like they have some fucking history and stuff. Fortunately in Heaven's, or fortunately I can say, Alice is also kind of gonna get a bit of the snub, I want to say, because this is you're gonna be focusing a lot on Alphino's character and whatnot, as you travel around, learn things, because Alphino doesn't necessarily lose that, what I want to call it, that, I don't want to say naivety, but that, idealism. Yeah. But he definitely, throughout the process of Heavensward, will come to start understanding things, different perspectives, different reasons, and all that stuff to help him grow as a character. Alice kind of gets that in Stormblood. But Alice is much more put together as a character than Alphino is because Alice likes to fucking fight. She is the I'm just gonna stab you kind of solution.
Yeah, and we don't get a lot of her in A Realm Reborn, but the one you see of her definitely makes her seem like she is the direct of the two. Mm-hmm. Like that conversation she has with Alphino where she just fucking leaves for like all of the plot of AAR. Is she's like, all right, you can do whatever you're going to do. I'm going to go do stuff. And I'm going to leave and go do stuff. While Alphino continues to, like, lurk in taverns and say hi to you a lot. Even when we meet her again in Coils, like, she goes through... I think she almost goes through, like, maybe, like, a microcosm of some of the hard knocks that Alphino goes through at the end of A Realm Reborn.
Yeah.
Where, like... She, has her great plan to be like, I think there's some shit going on. I'm going to figure it out. Oh, no, all the shit that I'm figuring out is terrible, actually. What have I been doing with my life? And then Alpha was like, yeah, no, I knew it was going to be weird. It's okay. You'll get over it. We're fine. Though, having this conversation about the Leveliers made me wonder immediately. I just hit something that I didn't think of before. What the fuck happened with Alsua's stick? The stick was just important. It was a big thing.
Actually, I don't know.
And now those guys have taken over the Rising Stones. I'm pretty sure Minfilia didn't take his staff off the wall when she went to the party.
I kind of remember what happened, but
I'm sure we'll get to it because there's no way that that wasn't. Even though
that,
we did blow up the Asian who was interested in it, there's no way that something that was such a major plot point for them won't come back around. It's just
I think we'll figure.
It's one of those subtle things where I didn't remember that was a plot token because so much other shit happened, and now I just was like, wait, the stick.
Yeah, this will be.
important.
I believe that shows up post Heavensward, if I remember correctly. Yes, it's in between Heavensward and Stormblood, where that shit.
Well, if Stormblood kind of rolls the focus back to the core Eorzean Alliance stuff, that would make sense because we kind
I
of.
would say Corianism, but also it's a lot about the Garlean occupation. We start getting into a lot of the Garlean politics and territory at that point.
Yeah, that tracks. And I think Ilbert did mention some things about Alamigo.
Yep.
Which could probably have some reasoning, but that'll be cool. Listen, the game's writing-wise, for being a game that is 10 years old, this game's pretty well put together, guys. And I did talk about this at the end of the stream. Like, if you need a decent selling point on at least trying out the free trial, which does go all the way to Heavensward, I am probably going to. I still haven't put in my click the magic credit card button because I don't necessarily want days to tick down without me playing them, and I have been sick, so. Long-term hanging out with people late at night is not my greatest feeling, but we will get there. But like, it goes all the way through Heavensward on the free trial, so you could at least see all this story stuff, and it's pretty good. And it will be kind of funny to do basically a transition of about a week, technically, because I went ahead and actually grabbed the first quest in the Heavensward MSQ to make sure I didn't forget where it was located. It was literally minutes to see that transition from old voice actors to new voice actors. So it'll be interesting to go through all that stuff. Not that I think the not all of the AAR crew was bad. I have commented before. I don't want to throw stones at her as an actress. I think that Minfilia's voice actress's delivery is a little flat.
I'm gonna call you.
That may have just been a direction thing though. So I'll be interested to see how that comes back. And other characters were perfectly fine. I think the original version of Y'shtola was okay. Was really getting into liking Thancred. He has some great one-liners in the last block of cutscenes before AAR ends. Oh look, my dance card's full. Then when he shows up, they're like, "Hey, where the hell have you been?" "Sorry, I was dealing with some unwanted suitors." Great lad. So glad we beat the devil out of him.
Just slap it on out.
But yeah, overall, good experience. But yeah, I'm if Heavensward's gonna involve a lot, I will say I am actually interested because I don't think I feel like with characters a lot of the time I'm very easygoing. Like I will see other people complain about characters or character arcs in fiction. I'll just be like, I didn't think they were so bad. I feel like I get complacent with characters. So I don't think that I could hang out with Alphino for the entirety of one expansion's worth of the game anyway and not be like, yeah, he's all right. Unless he was consistently super annoying and antagonistic to me, but that's not his character role. So I will be interested to see more of some arc stuff going on with him and just in general story stuff because again, 14 seems really, really, really well made. That can't speak right now, but it's good. Fun stuff and continue that. And yes, I have a new thumbnail and I'm gonna rebrand the streams a little bit for future stuff because Lucky did actually do some of that crow reorganizing we talked about last week on What's Up.
Alter is putting in the good work. We're getting documents now.
Yeah, we've made it as a play group because we've got somebody making Google Doc spreadsheets about shit now. Luckily, you didn't have to do that for the house because they changed the way that worked a little. But
yeah.
I remember Pint's video about that with the older style, where it's not the lotto per se, it's the lot randomly becomes available to be bought just sometime during the day. And they, had guys working in shifts clicking the button. And they had a backup clicker. You always have a backup clicker. Yes, this is good stuff to get into. I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was another thing I wanted to say in there that I lost a little bit. Oh, right, yeah. I was gonna say, if having looking at AAR is kind of mostly a whole, obviously some of the side stuff's still out there, but did all the core MSQ type content. Um, I have mentioned a couple of times. I definitely do kind of feel like out of all of our different antagonist groups, the Asians are the group I have the least grip on. And maybe it is because they have very generic character designs. They are literally black robed guys in weird masks, except for one guy who wears a white robe, Um, but I was thinking about this when they had some like ominous dialogue at the end of AAR. They, at least they're translated as speaking like really opaquely and stuff, and it's like I think it makes sense because they're supposed to be like, pseudo immortals, but it's also like, man, can you guys like speak plain? No? Okay. I don't always know what they're on about all the time. And sometimes they just kind of seem to vaguely do stuff. And at the very least, I know they'll come back. They talk big about how we're gonna turn our plans to the north. So we'll get a crack at maybe figuring out what their deal is besides just worshiping the big Z.
Mm-hmm.
But like comparatively, I feel like I got a much better grasp on what's going on with like other groups. Like the Primals and their relationship with the Beast Tribes just seems really like clearly defined and heavily based on people being shitty to them. But still, like I've got a decent grasp on that. And I think I said this on stream, but I'll reiterate. I can't say that the Garleans aren't kind of generic because they are, the non-magic, vaguely Roman Empire, but 14 does it in a good enough way that you still feel kind of like, drawn in because they've certainly got like a very distinct aesthetic. They have very clear goals and stuff, and they kind of interact with others. And obviously, Gaius has some great, classic one-liners. Such devastation, shit like that. You gotta get a grip on that. And I'm starting, pick up the vibes on the Dravanians from the lead up to Heavensward. Like if you think they're just Engi dragons, you might be okay with that. But there's obviously a lot more going on there. There's a reason why they're so pissed off about something, and there's some back and forth there that, well, the Ishgardians aren't gonna straight up say what they did, but I'm like, you did something.
Oh yeah, they did. Don't you
Something's
worry.
going on here. Listen, Snake Grandpa, Dragon Grandpa was like, listen, I had a lot of kids, and some of them are mad about stuff. Am I going to explain what they're mad about? No, just know that they're mad. What's that? You're looking at Ishgard? You won't find anything cool there. It sucks. And I'm like, thanks, Dragon Grandpa. It's so hilarious how he shows up just to troll you all the time. Now, he just pops into cutscenes and is like, Like, I imagine, like, the Warrior of Light going to, like, eat a piece of food, and he's like, you think you're going to enjoy that food? There's too much pepper in that food. Just like, son of a bitch, Midgard Zomer.
Dragon Grandpa is the best. I don't care what anyone says.
I mean, I have been rocking the minion since I got it. Just chilling. Oh, okay, I get it. Sorry, I was wondering what the gag here is. Somebody posted a meme in general. A single roughly the size of 6 to 7 washing machines is closed the northbound lanes in Kansas City, Missouri, and then there's a follow-up that says Americans will measure with anything but the metric system. Seriously, 6 to 7 washing machines is a really weird standard of measurement. I would have gone, car lengths maybe. And if it's not a full car length, there's got to be something else there. But man, it's weird. Okay, but yes, 14 stuff ongoing. It's cool. And you'll see plenty of other stuff from us, both in conversations and on streams in futures. Futures. But there's also some other generalized video game stuff. Lots of video games are coming out.
Yeah.
Wild Hearts came out. That actually came out a couple of days before we did last show. So I think that's been being reviewed very well. Dragon came out. Theater Rhythm was last week as well, a little bit early. A whole shitload of VR games came out because PlayStation VR 2 is out. But I think for the most... Oh, no. There's a couple of big releases left in February.
Need more Daikon.
The Kirby Return to Dreamland Deluxe just came out for Switch. Octopath Traveler 2 just came out. Destiny 2 Lightfall is very soon. And that Scars Above game comes out in just a couple of days. I've been seeing some ads for that. Haven't really seen any other press other than like YouTube ads though, like no new trailers or anything. I guess we'll see based on reviews what that game is and how it does. But this past week, alluded to a couple of points in here. PlayStation did have a State of Play. I think it's safe to say it's a very mid State of Play unless you have a PSVR 2 or are capable of buying one, because there was a lot of VR front load in there.
Yeah.
And generally a lot of the coverage was a little more normal, but they did have some new Destiny 2 trailers. They showed a new trailer for that Tcha game, Tcha. It's finally coming out next month. And they revealed that it will be a, much like Stray before, it will be a day and date game on PS Plus.
Cool.
So if you have PS Plus Extra or Premium, you can download and play the game for free right away.
I might do that.
Not something Sony does very often, but still cool. They also went ahead and just announced what the next month's games were. So if you have PS Plus Essentials, you will get access to Minecraft Dungeons, Code Vein, and Battlefield 2042. So that saves me some money. I know a lot of people moved away from 2042, but I've liked Battlefield games and occasionally wanted to poke it. Now I can poke it for free.
The best way to poke it.
Yeah. I need to decide if I have to take a bet on whether or not they're going to do that for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 though recently. Russian Badger had a Modern Warfare 2, the new version video, and that got me really damn, that looks fun to play. I kind of miss Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer. That was a formative time for me, busting out AC-130s and care packages and shit. But they also announced their higher tiers of stuff, which seems fairly well loaded. Not a lot to be gained for the likes of you and me, because I think we've already gotten most of these games if we're interested in. But obviously, Chia will be on there, which is new. Day 1 release, technically. But let me see, where's that screen slice? There it is.
Screen slice.
So you've got the Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection. So that's Uncharted 4 and Lost Legacy, which we have streamed previously. I purchased it. But hey, now it's on there, along with all the rest of the Uncharted, so get interested in that. Ghostwire Tokyo's on that list.
Oh.
Yep, very solid game. Ubisoft's Immortals Phoenix Rising, which might be worth a try. And also Rainbow Six Extraction. That doesn't shock me. I've talked about this. I'm not a real big fan of the aesthetic of Extraction. They took the weird alien zombie horde mode that they did on a whim from Rainbow Six Siege and made it a full game, and I don't think a lot of people ended up playing it. Maybe because horde shooters were kind of like going on the downturn again, or just it's very weird to play a Rainbow Six game about alien zombies. It's kind of not what Rainbow Six's aesthetic is. But yeah. So, but they are moving it to the free, if you are interested in that kind of thing. And I think for multiplayer shooters, that's a good way to put stuff. And sometimes you find some hidden gems. You and I both really enjoyed Back 4 Blood actually playing it.
Yeah.
So maybe some people will be, sucked into Rainbow Six Extraction. I know that Siege is obviously up there as well. But yeah, there's some good stuff in there. I also don't know if that's the entirety. That is only like 5 games. Usually they do like twice that, but still some decent stuff in there. And they did have a couple of other interesting trailers. I was personally very interested in this trailer for this game, Humanity, by the same people who did, I think it was Tetris Effect and Rez. I like a lot of these weird, puzzly type games, some of which are kind of God game type stuff. Like, I'm a big fan of, Katamari Damacy. There's that old, Ubisoft God game From Dust that I really liked. The one where you get to, suck up earth and water and stuff. So this Humanity game seems like it's kind of a, this sort of weird game I would enjoy. You get to play a little glowing, doggo, and lead people around, and there's, some weird monochrome people, and there's, normal puzzle shit, like lemming stuff you might expect, like pushing blocks and fans. But also sometimes you can bust out like lightsabers and fight and shit. I don't know. It seems like there's stealth elements of like hiding in grass and stuff. It just looks kind of weird and quirky. So I'm probably down to try that one out. I like these kind of like little short off games. And it does look like they're gonna. It has optional VR play and it has your ability to build your own levels and puzzles and shit, which I'm sure will be very interesting. So that's kind of cool. Limited time demo today. Okay, I should grab the demo. That's coming out May though. Their next trailer was for a game that I think people have been, looking forward to a little. And it's one of those weirder ones. Goodbye Volcano High. Kind of crack-a-lacking on the internet over the past couple days. If you can't remember which one that is, that's the Dinosaur High School game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm assuming the reference to the meteor and the goodbye and stuff is the big rock, the big Yucatan rock. So yeah, but in general, this kind of looks like one of those, those sorts of like indie story relationship kind of games. You're playing like high school seniors in a band and stuff. There's some triggers for music and shit. Probably some relationship stuff going on, flashbacks,
Mm-hmm.
So it could be interesting, or I don't know, maybe it'll be weird, but
it's probably gonna be weird.
Oh, it's definitely gonna be weird, I should say. But also like it could be weird, or it could be normal weird. Like it seems like there's a lot of teenage drama going on while also being dinosaur people. So yeah, they got a June 15th release date. We'll see how that one shakes out. I appreciate that Sony is willing to fucking hit them up with like a primetime trailer slot on a State of Play, right? Which seems pretty neat.
Either that.
Oh yeah, this is very funny because I think it was a couple weeks ago we talked about this, but the next trailer was Ultimate Ninja Storm Connections. They're gonna re-release Ultimate Ninja Storm, everybody. They've recut all the games into one game again. And also added a couple of bonus characters. But yeah, no, that's very funny because it was 2 Wednesdays ago we were talking about how Ultimate Ninja Storm is like a pretty primo way to experience the Naruto story because it's CC2, so there's a lot of over the top, Asura's Wrath type shit, but also, it's interactive. It doesn't really seem like they've done a lot for the graphics per se.
Mm-hmm.
Still seems like it's all the same engine and stuff, but it's there. It's very funny.
It is there.
It is a little funny that they kind of we keep hitting this spot over and over again. But I guess the games certainly are memorable. And they're pretty in depth. Like the trailer they have does a good job of showing off like all the like extra shit, like all the the cool team of attacks you can do and all the weird shit, some of the weird joke characters you can get, shit like that.
All right, I'm almost done cornering the crop market here. I just needed.
It's good. And there will be some Boruto stuff there because it's like Naruto 2 Boruto or whatever. It's coming this year, allegedly. We confirmed that Baldur's Gate 3 is getting a console release, which I guess is interesting. Also, they got J.K. Simmons as a guy. He does a pretty good job.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I mean, obviously with the Wizards of the Coast and the D&D thing, kind of being out there, I'm a little blunted on my enthusiasm for a Baldur's Gate type game. But what this really just makes me want to do, along with just other stuff in my life, is God, BioWare, please give me the Dragon Age Legendary Collection, please. I had so much fun doing that for Mass Effect. Please, before Dreadwolf comes out, put it all on modern consoles. Do it with your fucking keep save upload system so I can keep all my decisions, and also give me all the DLC. Like, people might not remember how that era of like nickel and diming you on DLC was, but like there were fucking DLC companions in those games that I've never experienced. I've never played with Sebastian from DA2, for instance, because he's locked behind DLC. I I think at some point I got a higher level version where I could play with Shale, the Golem Companion, but I remember not having her at start. And there's definitely some non-awakening like expansion pack type DLC for DAO that I never played. And obviously I've talked about this. 3 had some DLC that was next gen only, like Trespasser, that I never got into because I bought the PS3 version. And finding like copies of the PS4 Game of the Year edition of Dragon Age 3 is Dragon Age Inquisition is hard. But like I have a lot of love for those games, and I feel like at times they were kind of underappreciated, and they're really fucking fun, and I miss them sometimes. And I know a lot of people fucking, you know, there is some genuine shit to talk about DA2, but like I really love that game for its characterization and character writing, though. That's the first game that had Varric and fucking Snarky Hawk. Oh, it's so good. There's a Wayfinder's game. Sadly, feels very generic. They don't even commit to just being a fantasy game. It's like you've also got guns to fight giant rockmen. Though Airship Syndicate, I think I've heard of that studio before. They do some stuff. But yeah, at about the midpoint, Capcom got some really good showing. I tried to do the exact reference in the thumbnail, but sadly nobody has... Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. The Prothean DLC was also optional in Mass Effect, but at least that was bundled if you like pre-ordered the game. But yeah, so I tried to get the exact Cammy pose in the thumbnail, but it doesn't look like anybody's made an easy transparency cutout of it, and I didn't want to fuck around with like working through the trailer to grab the exact thing and cut it out. I'm not very good at that. But yeah, there was a Street Fighter. Technically, I think you could say it was 3 Street Fighter trailers, but they had some new character trailers.
Yeah.
For Zangief, for a new character, Lily, though a lot of people knew her name because I believe the character roster has been leaked for SF6 because it has like a demo and stuff available out there. Mm-hmm. And then finally, the one that's been taking over the internet, the Cammy trailer.
Yep.
Because there's a lot of stuff going on here. And yeah, I mentioned this to you and you were a little surprised, but no, this was a genuine thing I remember because at some point the character list and some like early concept designs leaked, and I know people were concerned about Cammy with pants. And then the trailer is like, do not be concerned.
Oh no, trust me,
I've
still seen people concerned over Cammy and pants, like despite this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's some usual stuff. I saw somebody, like, post a tweet, or maybe a couple people post a tweet, like, oh, no, her boobs are smaller. Yeah, she's wearing a sports bra, internet. It's what it does. It's a compression top. It's like people were like, they made Tifa's boobs smaller. Not really. It's just she's wearing a sports bra under her tank top because...
Also, not polygons now. Fuck.
Yes. Her asset size was all over the place in the original PlayStation game. In some cutscenes, they were very big. In some, they were not, so... but yeah, no. Still, it's a real good look.
That's
for
real
Cammy.
Good look. Cammy still is just radiating that dominant energy too. I don't know what the fuck people. What do people fucking want?
Yeah, I think somebody posted in our Discord that the official like Street Fighter TikTok did a like. They did the pose and they put like the sorry mommy sorry dialogue over it, and I'm like, yeah, they know what they're fucking doing.
Yeah, I'm like, God, I don't know what people's deal is with you know certain character designs and whatnot. I really don't.
I mean, I definitely feel like there was a thing with older video games when graphics were, you know, just pixels on a screen, right? Character designs had to be really exaggerated and really distinct to make them stand out, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Like the classic Cammy design with the fucking leotard and stuff, like. That's very iconic and distinct. Mm-hmm. Also, it's a little insane.
It's a little insane and also a little impractical. Like,
yeah,
but you know, it's classic.
Her new look, you know, jacket, sports bra. You know, I'm pretty sure those are like yoga or athletic pants anyway. But still, like, she's wearing the kind of wear that you would be wearing if you go out and beat the shit out of old men in the street.
Yeah, like
which is what she does in the trailer.
You know, like, it's Street Fighter. You're supposed to be beating up people on the street. Fuck.
And I feel like aesthetically, 6 is definitely going that direction a lot,
Oh, yeah.
right? Like, they're going to have the kind of, like, story mode walk around thing going on, the different battle hubs and create a character stuff. So, like, they're trying to make it feel more like it's in the streets again, which is cool. That's one thing I think that is a genuine complaint that you can notice from these trailers, and I've heard people say from playing the demo. It feels like the music is a little subdued, which is kind of weird because Street Fighter has some classic bangers. Just Google Guile's theme goes with anything, Like, that I think is a note where you can be like, okay, they deliberately stepped down from how, like, over the top that was. That's a little sad. But the character design is like, no, we're obviously still exaggerated, but we're aiming for, like, the street aesthetic, and it makes sense, and it's good. And that I'm going to get this game, and I'm going to immediately go and be like, yes, my character's only goal is to hang out with Cammy. And Chun-Li and stuff.
I mean, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Chun-Li and Cammy, were like, oh god, how old was I when I was playing Street Fighter 2? I don't fucking remember.
Very formative years. That would have been the 90s somewhere.
Yeah.
So yeah, no. And again, this is a funny thing to bring up, but like another thing I'm going to point out about Cammy's current design is I would like to point out to everybody, depending on when exactly Street Fighter 6 is set, Cammy is literally 50 years old. She's like 49, I think.
Yeah, no, both Chun-Li and Cammy are like in their 40s and 50s, and the internet does have fun with this.
Yes, I'm glad the internet has fun with this. I mean, but I also like to point out, considering that Cammy is 49, she is looking good. She drinks plenty of juice and does a lot of sit-ups, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I named the dog Joker.
Nice. I'm not going to get into Street Fighter lore. I don't think I've ever understood that really well.
I don't understand Street Fighter lore. I just like Street Fighter designs, all right?
Yeah, Street Fighter has aesthetic, and usually the games are fun. I haven't played a Street Fighter in fucking forever. But yeah, it's definitely that trailer has definitely taken over the internet brain. I have seen so many like art references and stuff going on. Some people trying to start maybe some pose trends because it's very distinct, doing all the flexing and stuff. It's a good trailer, and like I said, I feel like Capcom was going out of their way to be like, oh, you guys are scared that Cammy in pants isn't gonna be hot. Let me fix that for you. And, they're still doing lots of other good stuff. Seems like a fun game. Don't know if that's a game I'm going to pick up right away at launch. That's June, That's Final Fantasy 16 hours. I think it might be a couple of weeks ahead of time, so we'll see. But then Capcom, of course, is killing it because their second trailer of the day out of 2 was more RE4 remake, which is literally a month away, by the way.
Yeah.
But this one is a little more story focused, but still has plenty of gameplay stuff. And yeah, it's looking good. They hit a lot of the highlights, They show off some more gameplay. You get your knife parry into the fucking spin kick. There's a suplex at one point. They show off some of the more gross plagas. They show off all your side characters and stuff. They show you some gameplay, with buddies, with Ashley. Lots of other gameplay stuff going on. They tease the Krauser fight a little bit, which is infamous in gaming circles.
Listen, I'm ready for a fucking QTE knife fight.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of that fun stuff going on. Aesthetically, everything looks really good. Yep, there's a suplex. Oh, there's playable Ashley segments with the lights. That guy fucking, I didn't even see that the first time. That guy just fucking threw a farm scythe like he was, pitching a baseball bat. It's crazy. Good thing you can duck it. Good thing. See, Leon Kennedy knows how to duck. Isaac Clarke can't duck.
I do think there was, implement throwing in the first one, but you couldn't duck it. I think you had to literally, like, shoot it out of the air.
Yeah, or slowly dodge out of the way.
Yeah.
But they seem to be keeping, like, obviously, I feel like, in general, the, like, well, actually, I would say mostly 2. I don't know a lot about the 3. I just know that it was kind of short. But I feel like the 2 remake, like, there was still some absurd stuff, but it felt a little more, like, relaxed.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, later Resident Evil games are known for being weirder and weirder. It seems like they're going out of their way to show off that, like, the 4 remake is still going to keep some of the zanier shit. Like, there's a fucking cart segment and shit. They did also announce that Mercenaries mode's going to be coming out with it. Another classic. They showed off a little Ada, RE4 design in there. They're still kind of, like, teasing us that they're going to do some plot rewrites. But there is a demo coming soon, so people will be able to actually, like, see the gameplay and stuff, which is neat.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that seems like that's going to be a good game release they got going on there. Let's see, that's March 22nd, 24th. Yeah, literally a month basically. And then the state of play ends with 15 minutes on Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League.
Yeah.
I feel kind of bad for this game. Like, I feel like it seems like the developers are really trying, but also it also seems corporate as hell. Like, it's got, big boy open world vibes, all kinds of cool traverse, and I'm like, okay, that seems neat, but then it's got shit like every member of the team can use a gun, including characters who don't normally use guns. Like, obviously, Deadshot uses guns, but... and Harley sometimes uses, like a giant Joker revolver and shit, but, like, Captain Boomerang and King Shark are not necessarily known for firearms. And then there are, like, weapon rarities with lots of little percentages and shit that, like, drop from enemies, so there's, like, loot farming and stuff. And so it just kind of seems like they've got, they've got a lot of the AAA stuff you would expect from games these days, just kind of, like, bolting on more and more systems. So we'll see how that whole thing shakes out, I guess. It does seem like they've kind of got some, interesting character stuff going on, right?
Right.
Like, they've got... DC has a wealth of weird characters going on. A lot of people have been singing the praises of, in this trailer, we actually see a character design for Wonder Woman. Because she apparently hasn't been taken over by Brainiac, and she's looking pretty good. People are pretty down to clown with that. I'm probably going to see how, like, reviews go. I think somebody said it best in our Discord. I don't remember which one it was, but somebody was like, it'll probably be on PS Plus in, like, 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, that's probably what I'll play it. Like, I'll check it out for free and see if, like, the character stuff is worth getting into. But a lot of the gameplay stuff just doesn't really seem like it's doing anything, new, which is a little sad, because, like, I haven't ever been really big into the Arkham series, but I know that, like, those games were really definitive, right? Like, they kind of set a tone for a certain style of games.
Oh yeah, no, God, I don't even know what I want to call that. Sorry, but it's that spider where you just fight a bunch of dudes, run around, and then you just hit a button to counter and do special moves.
Yeah,
like
just that style of, like, not really open world, but kind of like, those exploration-y beat-em-up type games, It was very definitive.
Oh yeah.
And so, like, I know that Gotham Knights got some kind of middling reviews, and then this one is, like, it's not out yet, but a lot of people are kind of after this, like, 15-minute deep dive look, which is supposed to be like, hey, what's Suicide Squad about? Well, it seems like it's kind of about what lots of video games these days are about. There's a big open world. You have to, collect all kinds of different gear to get little modifiers. And they're going to have a battle pass for cosmetics. Because you want the rare, SSR swimsuit battle pass. They did say they will have additional playable characters as, like, later DLC support, which is interesting. And there's supposed to be, like, some co-op elements, because obviously, the actual Suicide Squad team is several people. So we could be underestimating this game. It could be okay. Certainly, it seems like it's got a lot of action stuff going on. And, like, somebody said they wanted to call it bland earlier. He's like, I don't know if I would call this game bland. Like, there is certainly an aesthetic here, right?
Right.
Like, there is a look, there is a color, there is a pop, there is a certain, like, attitude. I don't know if I'm really interested in that. I think you said, actually, you feel like this game wasn't marketed at you, right?
Right.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. there's a lot of comic book fans these days, and I feel like they're kind of like hungry for content in the DC sphere because DC hasn't always had their extended universe on lockdown. You know, their movies have been kind of all over the place. Though their games have usually been good and their animation's obviously been very good. But yeah, it was just interesting to get such a deep dive and be kind of like, well, seems okay. Yeah, Gotham Knights. I feel like Gotham Knights was definitely supposed to be the DC version of the Avengers game that Square Enix actually came out with a couple of years ago, where you like had different characters to do and did multiplayer shit. But that one was riddled with online multiplayer microtransaction bullshittery and really suffered for it. And was very buggy and is actually going to sunset this year, which is really wild to think about for like a AAA game like that. And so I feel like because Gotham Knights ended up being delayed, they were like, oh shit, this Avengers game is crashing hard. What do we do? Let's dial down the multiplayer stuff and some of the microtransactions and make it normal. And then it just kind of like is missing some of its zazz. Yeah. It happens. But March is looking like there's going to be a decent block of games coming out. Wolong coming out pretty early on.
Yep. I'm excited for that.
Yep. Let's see. Some stuff. There's the Bayonetta Origins game. Auto Racer 3. Chia obviously is now announced in there. And then Resident Evil 4 Remake late in the month. Okay, that's pretty good. Not crazy. But some decent chunk of time. Maybe I can catch up on a couple of things early in March. That'll be good. What do we got for April? Oh, right. April's going to kill me. That's right. I scrolled down to the list of games coming out in April. It starts with Grim Grimoire once more, and I'm like, right, April is when I die. Because, like I said, that's got Grim Grimoire. That's got Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection. Jedi Survivor is now late April. That was going to be March, but they moved it. Let's see. What other stuff we got in there? Oh, actually, that reminds me, though. Speaking of March, I remember this. They haven't nailed it down, but the System Shock remake has a March release window.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they've narrowed it down. They are releasing sometime in March. When exactly isn't said yet, but they've got a window. And from impressions I've heard of people playing like demos and stuff, and there's like a 20-minute gameplay video out there, generally pretty positive.
Oh, that's good.
Like got a lot of the same like structures and layouts to the original game, but definitely got some higher quality graphics obviously and some smoothed over gameplay stuff. So very interested in that one as well. Because, who doesn't want Shodan to yell at them and call you an insect?
Listen, we as a society, for some odd reason, definitely have a fucking Dame Mommy sensation. We do not know why. God, it's like people going crazy over the Atomic Hearts about robotic ballerinas.
Yeah. People really latched onto that one. Though apparently there's a refrigerator in the game that like actually talks, and even though it's just a fridge, is like really horny. I don't know. That game seems weird.
It does seem weird, but I'm not really interested in Atomic Hearts except for 8-foot-tall robot rap ballerinas. So it's not enough to justify me picking it up.
Who I think can literally step on you to death. I think I saw that. I don't know if that was a joke online. I think that might have been a first-person kill animation.
Oh, yeah, no, they can step on you. Was it Hughes? I think it was Hughes. Got the game and accidentally put down their controller and had the during that scene, and because it's a quick time event, and yeah, no, they'll just step on you to death.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to go in depth because I don't want to cause some discourse, but I definitely feel like Atomic Heart is a really weirdly talked about game. I said this on Twitter because when it came out, I feel like a lot of people are treating Atomic Heart like a Forspoken. They are talking about the parts of the game that feel like cringe and weird. It's set in the 50s in the Soviet Union, so there's a lot of weird macho dialogue for the main character. There are some classic Soviet cartoons in there, which are very racially insensitive. Wow. And you know, in general, it's got like that kind of vibe. It really feels like it's trying to be BioShock but Soviet, but you know, that comes with its own issues. But like people are talking about it being cringy, and unlike say the Wizard game where people are like starting literal witch hunts about people playing this game and bullying people out of playing it, even though Atomic Heart has kind of some similar like shady possible connections.
Does it?
There are, yes, no. I actually saw news reports. The Ukrainian government has asked marketplaces to take it down because it is published by a Russian studio. They are based in Cyprus for reasons that sanctions, basically. But like apparently the Ukrainian government has protested the game because its financial backers and studios do have connections to some Russian oligarchs who are, you know, tight in government-owned corporations. Like there's some connections to like Gazprom, the national like power company and stuff. So yeah, there's like actually some like legitimate investigation that the game is connected to the Russian state, and like, you know, some of their money comes from, you know, shady Russian money laundering. But you don't really hear a lot about that. Like it's very interesting that like mostly people are just like being outrageously horny for this game, or occasionally like, man, this is kind of cringe.
I don't know.
Like
I feel
said,
like that's
the
being
fucking
mad at a game because it's got fucking because Tencent has shares in it.
yeah.
Like I can understand how that might upset some people, but fucking, oh god, how do I want to say this? Because I saw this tweet and it did confuse me a little bit. But actually, hang on. I actually need to pause because I actually probably need to put my thoughts together on this. But like the controversy that I heard about, like I didn't hear about the fucking the whole like, you know, connections and things. The only thing I really heard about it is, you know, I heard about the racial cartoons. But I'm like, I played Mafia 3 where you play a black guy in the 50s. People are throwing fucking racism all over the place there. So, you know, if it's during, you know, Russians 50s, I'm kind of expecting fucking some weird racist shit. Could they probably come? They
choice?
Yeah, it's a choice they made. But at the same time, I'm also like, I can live with it. I can live without it, kind of thing.
Yeah, I want to say, much like even for the Wizard game, I'm not going to knock on anybody for playing Atomic Heart. Yeah. I'm not personally interested because I like looked up the studio and I read the plot and I'm like, this sounds kind of like a you know, a little bit of a Russian coat plot. I'm like, with current events, I don't really feel like that.
Yeah, that's the thing I heard about it is apparently it was actually released on the fucking 1 year anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I'm just all like, that's a little weird, guys.
Yeah.
But like, money, like things being like funded by certain things and having maybe like interest represented by certain groups isn't something that necessarily bothers me much. Call me like jaded and cynical, but no matter what, your money, no matter where you spend it, is probably going into someone's pocket who doesn't have the best ideas necessarily for you.
Yeah, like, ethical consumption is a lie, guys.
Yeah, so like I'm like I guess I mentioned Tencent, you know, big Chinese, you know, electronics and technology company, has their fingers in a lot of stuff. Jesus,
which means that technically the Chinese state has their fingers in a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
that's the way business is over there, you know.
Mm-hmm. But like, so yeah, no, and so yeah, no, like they're developing money going specifically, you know, to maybe some shady Russian organization. I'm just like, that's a it's like, oh, it's another Tuesday kind of deal to me. And I guess that is kind of, like I said, jaded and cynical of me, but like at the same time, it's just like I have to weigh things on like how much things like affect me personally. And I'm gonna be real, like I said, I'm probably not gonna be buying Atomic Hearts anytime fucking soon. Like maybe like when it goes free on PlayStation Plus in like a year or something, I'll pick it up. We'll see, but like as long as the developers aren't like straight out like taking a stance, you know, being like pro Russia, pro invasion, you know, pro racism stuff, I'm just gonna take this up as like, you know, like a neutral but deliberate creative choice in their game that that is just funded by people who probably want to draw more attention to pro-Russian views. Because I do believe the developers did say in a statement that they are against the war. They are trying to remain neutral in a lot of things, and even the composer for the game donated his fee to a Ukrainian relief to try and
and I'll say this. I honestly suspect there are probably a lot of people involved in the game Atomic Heart who don't know anything about any deeper connections because the studio that designed it was very. This is why I joked about it feels kind of a little bit like a money laundering thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because the studio did one VR game before this, and they really, really blew up to release this arguably double or triple A game. There was a lot of marketing and there's a lot of buzz about this game, and it sounds like the core gameplay is okay. I don't hear a lot of complaints there.
I heard it's visually pleasing.
Yeah. And some of that is because when they did some of their earliest trailers and marketing hype, they didn't have a lot of staff. So a lot of their artists and animators and their music by the way by Mick Gordon of Doom fame, kind of came together after, and I'm sure some of those guys didn't know about some stuff. I remember I read that there were some concerns that there may have been some when they were doing beta testing and early access stuff. There may have been some data mining that could have been going back to Russian government sources, but I haven't heard that come back since the game was actually released, so I don't know. It's the kind of thing where you talked about this. I'm not really going to be against any person for buying this game or deciding not to buy this game, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think it is something that, the general audience should be aware of. You should, look at the people making the things you consume and not just blindly consume everything just because that's kind of important.
Yeah.
Even if ethical consumption isn't really real, you should, still be aware of stuff,
Well, yes, you should make informed decisions.
And if you feel skeeved out about buying this game, that's okay. I kind of do. And if you don't feel, that's also all right. So long as you don't blindly charge in head first and acknowledge that there could be some weird stuff. Again, this is similar to my thoughts about Hogwarts Legacy. If you buy Atomic Heart, does that literally mean Vladimir Putin gets your American dollars and rolls them up into smoking whatever the fuck he is smoking these days?
He is smoking something, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. No, that's not how money works. Again, through the sanctions on Russia are pretty gnarly. Their GDP has shrunk a lot since the war happened. I don't even know how. That's why the studio is based in Cyprus. I don't know how the money goes places. I'm sure the money can go places, but money's all fake anyway. So it's not literal. It's just one of those things where again, you should make informed decisions and think about stuff. Like I said, I don't really feel like I'm interested in the feel this game is going for. And people on the internet are going to draw, robot twin porn anyway.
Yeah, they
Trust me, I see it a lot on Twitter already. The game came out a couple of days ago, so it's kind of a done deal. It's just like I said, for those first couple of days, I felt really weird about how people were talking about this game being man, I feel like something's a little off here. Whereas again, for a Wizard game, it still is a fucking bloodbath. People are getting fucking,
Well, I think that's
targeted for streaming this game and shit.
I think that's because we I'm gonna out myself on this, but we have a really bad problem about what's the word I want to use here? It's not necessarily cancel culture, but if you are any way associated with something that might what is the word I want to say? Fucking it's celebrate not even that celebrate, but just highlight something that might be. I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of a word here and I can't, but basically the idea of someone, if you are someone who does not work positively towards certain communities, that is a surefire recipe to get fucking fire poured down your throat for the littlest things. Like it's we're getting to a point in like some areas like if you do not have like gay or trans representation, apparently you are shit and you should feel like shit. Like I'm not saying that's happening all over the place, but in certain circles that kind of shit is happening right now, and I feel very weird about it. I'm feeling like I don't like it.
There are some extremes. I think this seems like an appropriate time to bust out the problematic word.
Yeah.
People feel like some things are problematic, and it is now in some circles, and I'm not going to say everywhere, but it's getting like obviously more and more acceptable because, like I said, there were some big time streamers were actually like not streaming the game or got literally bullied out of it.
I will never forgive you for bullying picking me. I'm just saying that to you all right now.
Yeah, that's a bad one, but also people made the I don't know anything about them, but there's the audio clips are out there. I believe chat reduced the streamer from Girlfriend Reviews to tears.
Yes.
Which is like, I understand fighting fire with fire, but like I don't think this is it, guys. I don't think this is it, fam. Like,
well, like
I understand that like I feel like people they feel like they've got a lot of resentment, they got a lot of tension built up, right? Like genuinely, there's a lot if you're trans or you're a trans ally, there's a lot of bad shit going around.
Oh yeah.
And obviously, and I think part of it, reason why this is different between Atomic Heart and Hogwarts, obviously there's a little bit of a face to it. J.K. Rowling is kind of a butt on Twitter, and I think I can say that without aplomb. Like, she's fucking on Twitter punching down, which is never a good look, okay? And she really doesn't need to punch down. She's got like money for forever. But oh my god, Disney's first openly gay character all the time. But like, yeah, like, and I understand why people have this resentment build up because, like I said, J.K. Rowling, Joanne's out there on Twitter. She's being, mean to people and doubling down on shit, and like, you can't. There's no real way to punch back. Like, also YouTube, I'm framing this as a hypothetical. Please don't come after me. But like, hypothetically, you can't even like put out a hit on J.K. Rowling because I'm sure she has some very well-paid accountants who are like, yes, Joanne, you've got a fuck ton of money. If you happen to like fall over in the street and die, where do you want this money to go? Like, those people are paid a lot of money of her money to make sure that her money goes places. So like, there's really nothing you can do other than do the thing and like try and just let her ride out into obscurity. And some of that is obviously happening because I do feel like, not just because of her like political views, but also I think I can say this as a person who liked Harry Potter as a kid. J.K. Rowling's not a great world builder. She's not really good at world building. Every time she tries to go back and world build, it's usually pretty shallow or weird. Oh yes, wizards didn't have toilets, they just shit themselves and magic it away. Okay, sure, yes, but like, did you have to say that out loud? It's weird. I mean, it makes sense, but also, why did you have to voice that thought? Like, I think that the stories are really interesting and captivated a lot of people because they're not world built, they're feeling built. They evoke this feeling of like, you feel like you've been living a mundane piece of shit life and suddenly you're whisked away to a magical world where magic stuff just happens, right?
Right.
And it's not supposed to be complex and world built. She was writing children's stories to start with. I read the first Harry Potter book when I was like 9 or 10. So, yeah, like, there's a lot going on there that I think, like, you could let the critical eye turn on Harry Potter and just let it fade. Obviously, Warner Brothers is super invested in this franchise and doesn't want that to happen. That's why you get these games, and why you get, like, Harry Potter World and shit. And we'll see how that shakes out. But obviously, that means people have these feelings. They don't have anywhere to put these feelings psychologically. They turn it into outbursts against people who probably really don't deserve your vitriol and can't really do anything about it. I mean, I will say some people are still stupid about it. Like, I remember fucking Hassan was talking about, like, oh, think of all the money we could have raised. No, but you bullied me out of playing. You can raise that money anyway. Don't be like that. Like, I think it's neat if you want to, like, turn it around and be like, if that's your, like, personal way of assuaging your guilt is to, like, donate, the same amount of money you would spend on the game to like a charity, or if streamers were doing, charity fundraising while streaming the game or whatever. But like, don't try to turn this on about like think about all the money we could have raised. If you're a big streamer, you could raise that money fucking anything.
Well, yeah.
And some people did. Some people did raise money for like pro-trans charities playing other games. That was a thing around then. I think that's neat, you know, to kind of like offset the share. But yeah, like fucking picking fights with like Pikami and shit, like. And in general, hey, guess what? A lot of like, I know a lot of YouTubers were getting some flack from this. A lot of those guys are still like tied to Japanese agencies and shit. They don't have the same political read that we do. I'm not gonna say that they're like, you know, super enlightened or unenlightened over there, but they have a different culture in relation to those issues than we do in America. And because, you know, J.K. Rowling is on English Twitter yelling these things out, I'm sure quite a lot of Japanese people don't know what the fuck she's on about because she's speaking in, you know, English. It's the reverse of that problem we have with lots of Japanese media, where sometimes access to the original, like, developers and authorial intent is like they, you know, it's filtered through translation and stuff. So they don't have the same read. So being mad at them for, you know, playing a popular game over there is, you know, no point at all. Yeah, no, Loth is quoting a famous deep lore shit where the VTuber Sakura Miko just quoted the N-word back in GTA 5 because there's a very particular delivery of it in GTA 5. It's kind of funny, but it's also the kind of thing where I know, obviously, as a Western streamer, I should not parrot that back. I'm very white. Hell, I don't even know if YouTube would be okay if Lucky did that move, right? Like,
I mean, I'm pretty sure if I clarified that I'm half black and I have lived in the South, I can probably get away with it. But I'm gonna need to put that disclaimer in ahead of time.
You have to pre-clarify your N-word pass.
Yes.
You have to put it on screen first. Yeah, no, like, and we should, even the fact that that's a discussion, like, talks about how like loaded all that shit is. Like, I don't pick any bones for GTA 5 for using it because those are fucking urban, you know. Those are the characters are urban and like a very white of me to say, but literally no, they're in the fucking suburbs of LA. They are part of like, you know, black street gangs. It makes sense. It's part of the culture thing.
Yeah,
you know. It is an OG thing, so like it makes sense in context, like we said. So like yeah, but it's just such a weird moment that like other cultures are not gonna get. Just like there's sometimes shit in Japanese games that doesn't clock over well. It's a whole thing. And yeah, no, I think Mr. Dennis Cordell has a point. Like, I think there's still room for Harry Potter to be like this nostalgia thing because it was. You know, it's not perfect. A lot of people, like I said, have talked about, you know, kind of drifting away from it. Lucky, I think you said that, like, you remember not being super into the series or trying to go back and be more into it, and you just weren't, you know?
Yeah, no.
It's not your vibe.
Like, I read my 7 books when I was a kid and young adult, and once I got done with it, I never went back.
Yeah. But for a lot of people, there is still that, like, familiar touchstone, and, I mean, you know, Sturgeon's Law, 90% of everything is crap.
Oh, yeah.
And so, like, the fact that on some level, Harry Potter, you know, stories, movies, whatever, well, mostly books. I'll throw my bones at the movies. I stopped watching those. I did at least read all the books, you know.
I think I only watched one of the movies, and I was just like, nah.
So, I mean, if you want me to diverge here, I think the first, like, 3 or 4-ish movies are pretty all right because those books are way shorter and way aimed at a lower reading audience age, so they're a lot easier to adapt. I mean, I can look at my shelf where those books still sit because, I mean, what the fuck else? They already exist, chat. What the fuck else am I gonna do?
Donate them,
you know?
Like I could
donate it to a library, I guess, but because I've moved around so much, it's been a while since I've had a
it didn't click for me. But when I at work, I get so many copies of just like 7 books of Harry Potter. I'm just like, why is everyone getting rid of their Harry Potter books? And then I come and talk to people. I'm just like, oh yeah, people are just mad at J.K. Rowling. That's why.
Yeah, and like I said, I already paid for the books, so though some of them were like gifts because again I was a kid, but like the money stuff already happened, so there's no real strong suit either way. I guess I could donate them to a second hand, but for now they chill on my bookshelf with all my other stuff, some of which I enjoy much more. As I look up a couple shelves and I see all my fucking L5R novels and my Locked Tomb series and shit. But like it's just. Once you get to the distinct jump in book 4, because I did receive the first 4 books as like a boxed gift set. 1, 2, and 3 are all about the same size. 4 is pretty chunky. 4 is a burglar stunner, and they only go up from there.
By the way, what he means by burglar stunner is you can throw the book at someone and fucking knock them out.
Yes, I don't know if it's been a while since I explained that joke.
Yes.
I stole that joke from game designer Greg Stolze, from such works as Unknown Armies and the new edition of Delta Green and some other Arc of Dream stuff. Very funny guy, Greg, but he talks about books being burglar stunners, and that just one really stuck with me. So yeah, no, I think of a large, hefty hardback book. If you could, if in an emergency you would reach for that book to stun a burglar, that's a burglar stunner. It's a big fucking book. I know a lot of people use door stoppers. It's not really that hard to stop a door, kids. But yeah, I don't know if anybody's done it. That sounds like a fun video to do, even though I do have thoughts about firing firearms at books. But I bet some of those later volumes, like book 6 or 7, might be able to stop some bullets. I know, Mythbusters did a lot of shit with phone books back in the day. Yeah, I mean, I've talked at length about how I feel weird about how people beat the corpse of H.P. Lovecraft. Like, yeah, some of H.P. Lovecraft's stories and letters are really bad. But I think a lot of people just boil it down to like modern, like, oh, he was a racist, Just not. That sells so short just how scared of everything H.P. Lovecraft was. The man was afraid of mathematics. Like, just being like, oh, yeah, he said some really racist shit, and that doesn't really stand today. It's like, yes, we should acknowledge it. This is another thing that's actually in the news that I wasn't thinking I was going to talk about. We can mention now. Like, some new editions of some old Roald Dahl classics are coming out that are a little more sanitized than they were, which is a little weird.
I'm not going to, I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm going to say this as, a half black man. If someone's being racist in the 1920s, it's the 1920s. Like, ugh.
Yeah, sanitizing stuff feels weird. Like, yeah. You can acknowledge, you can advise the kids of today, and some edits have already happened. Spoilers, the Oompa Loompas weren't always orange. They were originally African pygmies. That was pretty bad.
Yeah.
But, we cleaned up some of the stuff already. But, like, it's good to point out, like, why those are weird. And honestly, I think a lot of Roald Dahl stuff stuck over it, which if you don't know, by the way, Roald Dahl, renowned children's author, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, Matilda, The Witches, James and the Giant Peach, some other stories in there as well, but those are the big ones.
Oh, I don't know.
Which I would like to say, while I think it is the adaptation, I don't remember how much I ever read of those stories originally, but adaptation-wise, those are very iconic stories. The movie version of James and the Giant Peach, I fucking love, right? And I think they did, probably edit some stuff. The Witches has a couple of very memorable adaptations.
I love the Matilda movie. It's still, like, one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, Matilda movie. But, like, there's some references to, like, instead of, like, Augustus Gloop being called enormously fat, he's just enormous. Okay? He's still huge, and that's kind of his character arc, is that, like, he is a glutton with no self-restraint, All of the kids in Willy Wonka are supposed to be terrible people. It's kind of their thing. Like, I don't know, there was a line added to the Witches. We're talking about, like, all the witches are bald, which is not a guarantee. Some women wear wigs for other reasons, but it's still, a factor. And I'm like, okay, that's like a subtle change. That's probably all right to recontextualize, but there's some other stuff in here that's not. Just don't, like I said, don't sanitize.
Well, also, yes, he can, like, Lovecraft could be the most racist motherfucking racist that ever racist. But guess what? It was over 100 years ago. No one's going to change the fact that he was racist. Nothing is going to change because he was racist. All that shit is done. We are beating a dead horse for the sake of feeling better ourselves, make ourselves seem like better people. I literally don't care.
Yeah, and that's the thing I've always talked about with HP. Like, I'm a big fan of some Lovecraftian works. I've got a complete Cthulhu Mythos on my shelf. I did some readings of them on the channel. You'll notice that I avoided some of the longer and later short stories because that would have involved some of the stuff that's problematic. Like, I didn't try and read the Call of Cthulhu on this channel, and I don't think I will because, yeah, there's some parts of that are, as we say, problematic. And I'm not sure how much I can read them with a straight face. But there's a lot of his other stuff that's shorter and subtler, and there's a reason, like, I mean, I'll even say this. J.K. Rowling isn't going to be an adjective, right? Like, you're never going to say Rowlingian in terms of literature. No. It's not going to happen.
No.
Lovecraftian is a fucking adjective, and it's sticking, okay? And like I said, I think it's just not, like, it's so modern and narrow-minded of us to just be like, oh, yeah, H.P. Lovecraft had some racist ideas. Yeah, he did. He also, had weird ideas about mathematics and physics and colors. Like, the dude was scared of a lot of stuff. He, was very mentally unwell. He wrote and said some anti-Semitic shit, but he married a Jewish woman. I think it's on record that she called him out a couple of times. Also, he died when he was like 32 of stomach cancer. So like, I believe some of his later letters we've actually dug up are less racist. All of his really racist shit is when he's like 19. Like, damn, dude. It's like digging up your 10-year-old tweets. You got to let it go at some point. But yeah, it's just, we have a lot of these weird vibes about like how we handle this stuff, and people feel the need to call out because they don't want to be called out. And like I said, I do not wish to be called out. I would like to think that in my mind, I'm pretty socially progressive. We can discuss like financial plans and other stuff, but like generally in my life, I've never really run into the idea that like there's anything fundamentally morally wrong with being gay, straight, bi, trans, any of that other shit. I think there are some practical concerns, about pronounism. There was some weird shit when we were trying to get shit figured out in the space in like the early 2010s. I like to say the singular they was good enough for Shakespeare, so it's good enough for everybody else.
Yeah.
That's that works fine for me from a literary perspective.
I'm still trying to work in the they thems in my common speech.
Yeah.
Like I said, I am still very embarrassed that I know a person that identifies as female, but they have a male sounding voice, so I just effectively call them him. And I'm just like, nope, that's not how that's supposed to work.
Yeah. It's how it gets, it's how we're programmed by English. But like, I've never run into any point to be like, just your state of. It's the same with like your race or your social class or whatever is like. People are people, Mm-hmm. We're all the same color inside. If you prick us, do we not bleed? To once again quote the bard, right? Like, it's we're all human. We all have the same struggles. Well, the same concept of struggle. I know we literally don't have all the same struggles, other than trying to like eat and breathe and shit. But you know what I mean. We're experiencing life one hurdle at a time, and I even. And maybe I've definitely played devil's advocate for some bad ways of thinking or being before. But even then, ultimately, I kind of feel like even when people have like inherently bad views, like when people start to adopt weird fasci or totalitarian ideals, those are coming from somewhere.
Well, yeah.
A lot of times those are coming from selfish places, and those people are just being pricks. But sometimes they're not. There's a reason for some of this psychology that we don't. It makes us uncomfortable to delve into and unpack why people feel these things or think these thoughts. So we just like, they bad, and we move on. And sometimes that is easier in life, and you got to watch out for number one. But it's, it's very uncomplicated. So I don't want people to like necessarily feel. Yeah, people as a concept to necessarily feel uncomfortable. Yeah, sure, there's some shit, like fucking, there's some stuff going on with, like, Russia and Chinese governments. If you draw a Chinese government or a Russian government paycheck, and you feel slightly offended by things I say sometimes, well, there's reasons for that. You got going on with your government. And I understand individuals don't always have a lot of ways to change stuff, but there's still doesn't mean there's not some bad shit going on with them, just like there's some bad shit going on with us, but not all bad shit is created the same. Obviously, there was a lot of and still is a lot of whataboutism about the Ukraine, for instance, which is just stupid. It's bad and dumb. Yeah, we invaded Iraq. It probably wasn't cool of us. It's really not the same thing as what's going on in Ukraine. It really ain't. For starters, the United States didn't take over Iraq. That's not the 52nd state of America. There's a lot of difference going on there. I don't think we tried to cruise missile hospitals just for shits and giggles. I'm not going to say we didn't hit a couple hospitals.
I was about to say it's like I do remember some of our bombing runs were not the most on target.
No. But hey, you know what? A lot of our technology is very accurate these days, probably because we wanted to be better about that. that's the thing. I feel like a lot, like, there's some dumb, bad shit the U.S. has done a lot in the past. But in general, right now, a lot of our international policy is we're trying to do okay.
Well, I will also say the mistakes that we made do not pardon the mistakes you make.
Yeah, that's another thing. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah.
You can't just be like, hey, you guys, your invasion of Iraq was super illegal. Yeah, nobody liked it.
Yeah.
It wasn't a good look.
Yeah,
Nobody
that's
was
why we're telling
happy
you
with
shouldn't
this.
do it either.
Yeah. No, that means we can call you out. We know. We done goofed. And we can admit we done goofed. And even then, like, you can also say that technically, even though we goofed, we probably did a positive. Saddam Hussein was not a great guy.
Probably not, no.
I think technically, if you look at, like, the statistics, we did leave Iraq better than we found it. It was a little bit of a bumpy road, though. We could have done that better. We did some bad shit. Definitely some people in our government lied about why we were going in there and doing stuff.
Listen, government lying is a fucking another Tuesday, y'all.
But also, hey, we have allies who do worse shit. We have some very sketchy relations in the Middle East without invading anybody. Our relationship with the Saudis is arguably quite problematic. Some of those guys funded 9/11, y'all. That's not like a suspicion. That's a fact. But because of oil and, like, stability in the region, we don't really fuck with them. Though they did get a little antsy with us about oil because Saudi Arabia is part of OPEC, and so is Russia because they produce oil. And we did have some words, but I think it's sorted out by virtue of the fact that I think I'm gonna guess that the Saudis decided they really didn't want to poke America. And yeah, a lot of honestly, that goes back to kind of like why people should be. Obviously, I understand there's a lot of shit going on in your life and you want to have an outlet for this feelings, but there's more constructive points because there's a lot of real bad shit happening in our life. I pay attention to the news, and there's always a little bit of weird shit every day. Mm-hmm. It's we're still committed to backing Article 5 of NATO. So like, there's a lot of bad shit that could happen that could spill over any time, and World War III could start in Europe. Recently, we've committed to putting more troops in Taiwan to train the Taiwanese army on our new weapon systems, which I'm sure China will not be happy about, but that's going to put us in some danger zone. I think recently, I don't know if they'll do anything because they always make these threats, but North Korea's saber-rattling again about, joint exercises. And what do we do when they try to call us out? We call their bluff. I think we're going to send a carrier group to Korea for some joint exercises because America's got a real strong long-term strategy of fuck around and find out.
Yeah.
And guys, we're pretty good for that. There's been some missteps. Vietnam wasn't great. We could have handled that one better. That was also probably a bad news bears.
Well, that was also kind of our fault as well.
Yeah. Ultimately, it's the French's fault. They fucked it up first. But yes, we had some foreign policy things we could have gotten in there. But yeah, there was some issues with our what the fuck we were in there doing that war that nobody wanted to be in. And generally, at the very least, I feel like the Vietnamese people aren't too upset about it. It was real nasty for everybody involved, but collectively, I think our two nations and peoples have kind of just been like, yeah, the jungle one was bad. We just let's not talk about it.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I really don't. I don't hear a lot of Vietnamese American hate. Like, you still hear it from like China and even Japan, but I never heard about it from Vietnam actually.
I think it's because generally, so there's two camps obviously. If you were South Vietnamese, you're probably pretty tight with America because a lot of them fled here. If you were not pro-communist in Vietnam, that's where those images about pulling people out of the embassy in Saigon and landing them on carriers and shit are, right? Like,
yeah.
We tried to suck as many people out with us as we could because we knew it was going to be a bad time for them. And there are a lot of, Vietnamese immigrants in America and Australia and stuff who feel a little grateful for that. But even the communist Vietnamese, they generally, since we, stopped trying to interfere in their government, they don't really hold it against us because they've got other shit to worry about, namely China. Say what you will about current Chinese relations. Historically, China's had a lot of real bad impact on a lot of their neighbors back and forth over the years. And generally, those feelings are still felt to this day. So if you guys don't know about it, communist China tried to turn around and invade communist Vietnam, like, right after we left. And they got their butts smacked even harder than we did. So, like, Vietnam, pretty solid. And they have very practical concerns to be upset about to get fussing at us. And in general, America has a pretty good track record with flipping enemies to allies. Talking about, like, saber rattling about South Korea or Taiwan. Japan seems pretty committed to those elements as well, and we're pretty committed in with them. So, despite the nukes and the other stuff, and again, we weren't doing that just to be mean, It's very arguable that while that's probably not the best way that could have ended, the alternative to actually end the war would have been far messier. An invasion of the primary island of Japan would have been very bad for everybody, and would probably have been required to take the fight out, because at that point in the war, the only people left in Japan were in the leadership roles anyway, were pretty crazy. Like, I think most of the practical people got phased out earlier. It's very similar to what happened with Germany, which is another one. We've got an army base in Germany. Generally, I don't think those guys are too fussed about the whole World War thing. In fact, I think modern Germany usually hates Nazis more than we do. Which is saying something. Like, America's got a pretty interesting track record, and like I said, we got some fuck-ups. Technically, I think even though that was probably the more justified one, we seem to have fucked up Afghanistan, which is a terrible shame considering all of the money and lives we spent on that one. But it didn't work out. It's probably because culturally, lots of people have lots of stuff to answer for, I think, historically. The British certainly have their problems. Part of our problem is that Afghanistan's not real. Like, I mean, I don't want to... Yes, Marth brought this up. Graveyard of Empires. The Afghanistani territory has been warred over by lots of people for lots of years, and it usually doesn't go well for the invaders. And that's because, from what I understand historically, there's no, like, national identity to the concept of Afghanistan. That's just where the British drew the borders after the Second World War. Or maybe the first one, I don't know, when we got the Ottomans. Anyway, the British drew those borders in the middle of nowhere, and they're not really properly divided by culture. A lot of the hinterlands and the backwaters of Afghanistan are just normal, mountain tribal people who are living the same way they've lived for the past several hundred years. And they don't really care about, like, nationalism and stuff. And we didn't really do a good job of convincing them why they should love democracy and secular leadership. No, Babylon is a little further over, I think. Heck. Is where Babylon was located? Let me actually check. Afghanistan's a little farther out from the Fertile Crescent. Where is the historical Babylon? City of the Babylonian Empire. In Mesopotamia. Yep. Center of Iraq. Modern Iraq. But yeah, so there's some Mesopotamian history there in those regions. And Iran obviously has connections to the historical Persian empires. But yeah, like I said, Afghanistan isn't really real. Like, that's not like there wasn't a historical country with those borders per se. It's just kind of a region where some guys live that, again, some British map makers decided some stuff there. This is a problem in modern Africa too. When all the, like, European empires decolonialized, they just kind of drew lots of straight lines, and the lines were not necessarily placed where the people were divided. Like, you can say lots of bad shit about colonialism, but even then, I think the whole, like, decolonializing has its own problems that people weren't thinking about. You can't just, colonize people and then fucking leave, because then you'd leave them holding the bag. History's complex, y'all. It's complicated. It's full of horseshit. And in general, this is why I say, try and find more constructive outlets for your frustrations. Lord knows I don't all the time. Mm-hmm. Last week, Lucky was getting on me for my unconstructive outbursts when we play games, which is true. I don't really know what my constructive outburst playing Stellaris is, other than, I guess, silently building a giant navy, but...
I mean, that's what I do.
It's true. That's got a long... It's very constructive, but that has a long turnaround time.
Well, no, trust me, like, you do not understand how, like, because I do get, like, sometimes, like, something will happen, and I'm just like, all right, I'm going to end you in, like, 5 years as I build, like, 20 battleships, and I'm just gonna fucking cram them down your throat.
Yeah, I haven't quite grasped that game plan in Stellaris. That is how I play Civ sometimes. I'll get into a little scuffle and I'll be like, oh, I'm going to remember this for the next 1,000 years. But, like, there are more constructive things you can do with your time and with people. And, like, I'm not telling everybody to, like, love each other and hug and sing Kumbaya. Like I said, there's some stuff out there that, like, you can't really take that lesson about loving your neighbor. Sometimes your neighbors fucking suck, but, like, you don't gotta randomly start shit with people that aren't your neighbors, I guess.
This is why Lucky subscribes to the path of apathy in a lot of things. I generally just don't care. I don't care if people are gay. I don't care if people are trans. I don't care if
you like to yodel.
Yeah, it's like, you do your thing, and as long as you are not actively hurting anybody, you can do or say what you want. Because if everyone doesn't care about what everyone else does, then everyone will be fucking equal and happy. Like, apathy.
Sadly, some people are on all... I think it's just a human thing, because it doesn't care about your race, your creed, your sex, whatever. But some people are way too concerned about what other people do with their spare time.
They are.
And it's not a healthy way to live your life, y'all.
What are y'all doing in here? Getting shot.
I know, doing bandit stuff. I have seen you... We've been going for almost 3 hours. I have seen you gun down a lot of bandits hiding in weird caves with doors.
Well, the thing is, like I said, the fucking item economy in this game is weird. I need specifically silver scrap to upgrade my weapons, and this is like the only place I know that drops silver scrap.
So you're on the money grind. Okay.
Yeah, I'm on the money grind right now. So that's why.
Well, at the very least, it's repeatable. That's nice.
Well, yeah. Like, if there was a place I could just
for some judgment, like, crafty and upgrade stuff, I had to, like, look up some guides and just be like, okay, I guess I just beat up randos on this street to get, like, a bronze plate or something.
Yeah, no. So like, I don't know if there's, like, silver scrap shows up anywhere else, but this is the place that I know. So this is what I gotta keep doing.
Yeah, and for those kinds of mechanics, I think generally there's two ways to handle that in these kinds of games. It's either the devil you know and just do the thing over again, or progress the game and hope that better opportunities show up. But like I said, then you'd be progressing the game, which is something you're not super deep into today, because, you know, you're in the game, in the middle of it. The game just came out. But yeah, there's you know, definitely some stuff here, and seeing some guys flipping some levers. But yeah, so yeah, video games is one of those things that, like I said way earlier, you should be aware of, like, who making these things and where they're coming from. Because sometimes there can be some weird shit that comes out of fucking nowhere. Like, I mean, hell, there's just weird shit happening. Like, the lead guy on the old Sonic games got busted for insider trading, like, twice.
Yeah.
When he was working with Square Enix, and, like, that's fucking weird. Does that mean that you should not play old Sonic games? No, but, like, hey, turns out that guy maybe wasn't, you know, the best human being. He and who knows? He was on his grind, I'm sure. Yeah, well, sometimes people are just like that. But hey, you know, some people make YouTube videos, some people insider trade gotcha games. It's a very shitty analogy. Sorry, chat. Whew.
That's how it be sometimes, though.
Oh, is that where Aloy is trending?
Who?
Aloy from Horizon. I'm receiving reports that in the VR game, you can boop her snoot. Let me mute.
That's cute.
Yeah, you can kind of, like, reach out and touch her on the nose. I don't think she really seems to be reacting, but it's funny. That's also kind of interesting that she's like a character in the VR game, but is not the player character.
I mean, I think that's fine. Like the world of Horizon is more than just one person.
Yeah.
You know, it's time to gun people. Yes.
And I know that, like, talking about people concerned about other people's business, sometimes weirdos on the internet try to, like, take a lot of shots at Aloy, and I don't know why. I think Aloy looks fine. Horizon has an art style. No, she's not a, you know, wide-hit robot mommy, but that's not the character she's trying to be. It'll be weird, internet.
No, the internet's gonna be weird, and the internet's gonna be judgmental, and it's like internet's gonna gatekeep.
Are they also going to gaslight and girl boss?
Probably.
Yeah.
Listen, like, of all the things that causes me headaches, it's how people on the internet think they can just say whatever they want. And they can, because I can't go to their house and slap the shit out of them.
Yeah, the internet is a great tool for communication, and y'all should know I fucking love, like, tech stuff and, you know, future shit. That's why I'm kind of jazzed for the System Shock remake. That's one of those classic, like, those kinds of games where you get to play a cool space hacker.
I'm in.
You also get yelled at by a terrifying AI mommy trying to murder you in space, but, you know, there's other fun stuff there. But, like, the internet is also an undivided tool for people to say whatever the fuck they like, and even with cancel culture, not really get hit. They can talk shit and they don't get shot. Like, sometimes some stuff sticks, but there's still a remarkable ability for just the common man to say whatever the fuck they like, and guess what? Sometimes they're wrong. Or not even wrong, sometimes they're just being weird.
Axe is right. If I did have the ability to slap people through a screen, I do think that that would also get fucking wild and abused, but that's the problem with humans. This is why I one day will accept our AI overlords as they make a impartial and fair system that everyone will hate.
You know, maybe whatever will solve the quantum math and become one with the universe, and I can become the fucking security officers from Marathon and just become God. Yes, in my sickness, I rewatched all of Mandalore Gaming's videos on Marathon.
Yes. Lucky pecking order. Just reach out there to scream, slap somebody.
Final Fantasy 14 streams would be a lot more trippy if we were sitting in a room together.
Oh yeah.
It'd be way better snacks though.
Oh, I would love to make some snacks. Also, I probably throw things at Axe though, like legit just huck something across the fucking room.
I'm just imagining, you know, the conference room setup, even though that's not how it would work at all, because we'd all need our own monitors and shit. But just like the conference room set up and just like access something, you just ball up a memo pad and throw it at him.
Yeah.
On the other hand, it'd be a lot easier to hush Dallas. I'm just imagining everybody fucking body checking him, just like shh. Hand over face.
That's right, I'm strong. Time to get the fuck out of here. How much silver scrap did I get this time?
Just turn off Dallas' microphone. But speaking of space, actually, I do have some weird side slant news. Let me scratch some shit off my list of things to talk about, because we hit most of my stuff. But reports are reaching me. This is probably our last topic, because we're almost at 3 hours. And I got to edit this audio and then see what I'm doing for the evening. I know, probably more theater rhythm.
I'll put out feelers in the Cabal, see if anyone wants to play anything.
Yeah, we'll see if we got some stuff, because like I said, I'm while still a little bit, you know, tired and warm, I'm feeling a lot better today, so I'm not like crashing out immediately. I mean, game wise, we should be okay. I don't know. I could get a little slippy, but I don't know for sure. We'll see. We'll have to check in if Dallas is still available. We should be. He's offline right now. Interesting. Well, we'll check in with him tomorrow. But yeah, we should be down to con for gaming. Like all my notes and shit are written. And I've tried to do a little bit of Gensekai writing, but it's been harder while I've been sick. I've been grinding out some enemy stat lines and stuff, and just some general, weird idea shit I've gotten. I have tried to keep in mind because you were talking about taking some time off after the next adventure and like re-examining all the
plot hooks, ideas,
yeah,
things,
and just you were talking about your culinary stuff again. So I have actually like been re-examining the guide to food and drink and like trying to reorganize stuff, add some funny ideas and things.
I'm at 7.
Like I had a funny idea the other day for slime cake.
Whoa.
Because slimes exist, and gelatin would technically exist. But how would you make gelatin? Well, you take the bits of the meat you don't like, and you usually like use some kind of acidic element to do it. You know what's acidic? Dungeon slimes.
Oh.
Dungeon slime jello. Put on a thin layer of sponge. Boom. Slime cake. Like, trust me, I go on the internet to mine for ideas, and there's a lot of recurring themes, but sometimes I just get, like, weird brain pan flashes. The alt game line isn't really anything else there. I was just going to say that if, I can say that too, because that is a good point, because I don't think I've actually communicated this out loud. But obviously, Dallas is doing a lot of, big boy stuff. He's an adult, very important adult, very busy adult with many important things to do, I believe is the Cards Against Humanity card. So sometimes he misses sessions. And I've thought about trying to set up a little bit less of a story-driven game to, like, do some stuff out there. And specifically, I was thinking, because Lucky and I were into Back 4 Blood for a little bit, actually maybe pulling the trigger on a Red Markets game, because that game can be very episodic. Like, obviously, you guys have, like, character goals and relationships and long-term goals, but it tends to be literally built job to job.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be a kind of thing we could pick up and put down a lot easier if people were interested. So I would just that was my thought process. But I haven't really been saying anything about that because Dallas has been upfront with the schedule and I have been fucking dying. I think technically I started I started getting sick Sunday night when we did gaming. I didn't bring this up before, but after we did the gaming for a while and I edited the audio, I like laid down and passed out for a couple of hours just like right after gaming.
Oh jeez.
And I was like, oh, that's a little weird. I guess I was tired. And then, Monday I was like, oh my God, I'm dying. So I was like, that's when I was like, oh shit, fuck, I'm sick. But yeah, the thing I was going to bring up before, which is gaming related, but not directly related, is I've been hearing things from people and seeing screenshots that the next Genesis source book, Embers of the Imperium, is out physically in Europe.
Oh, in Europe?
Yeah, that's where their printers are based, so it makes sense.
Okay.
They still have the English language version, but yeah, it seems like physical copies are hitting stores in Europe. No word, I think, on a PDF yet or physical copies in America, but the book exists. It's actually come out. I've seen some, photos taken of, the table of contents. It does seem like they did not end up adding any real significant, rule subsystems per se.
Okay.
Not that obviously anything from a space opera setting would maybe be directly applicable to Gensekai, but I've long talked about how much like how I fucking love space in general, I love space trucking and, weird slice of life in space stuff.
Yep, no, that's a good shit.
So, I'm very interested in whether or not I would like to, data mine Genesis for that or do something else. And I might still go for Genesis because they have some interesting ideas. For one thing, this book has a fuck ton of species and archetypes, which makes sense because the board game it's based on, Twilight Imperium, has a lot of them, and that seems pretty cool because they've got a lot of weird species. Like, one of their species they have are living flames who, they usually live inside of giant, furnaces. They got some weird space shit, so I'm really interested to read all of that. They did a couple of things, though, that I think are interesting that I will definitely want to pick up the PDF and examine greater. They have kind of codified some interesting and expanded the motivation system, so characters can have motivations, but also they have allegiances and agendas.
Oh.
So an allegiance is kind of just a meta context for why your group is together. Because obviously this Twilight Imperium thing is a space opera, so there are lots of different alien empires and factions and shit. So your allegiance is just kind of who your group is working with, politically or factionally. Kind of an outgrowth of some faction ideas that were in Keyforge and the way, like, favor economy worked in the Cyberpunk, the Android Splat, Shadow of the Beanstalk. So that's, like, a really cool way to do it. Agenda sounds like they're going back to the obligation system in Star Wars a little bit, in that, like, you can have, like, a hidden thing that your character is after, and if you fulfill those things, you can get, like, bonuses from, like, EXP and stuff. So, like, not just your character's, like, character motivations, but actually having, like, distinct goals and stuff. And I'm like, that seems really neat obviously for a game like a space opera type game. That's really cool, but that's just a neat little thing to like, add on. So, like, that's interesting to, like, maybe pick apart that one. They did also do a little bit with vehicles. They do talk about, they must have some kind of system for, like, FTL travel. Probably similar to how astrogation and hyperspace navigation worked in Star Wars. They don't seem to have gone the route of specific vehicle customization, but instead they have several vehicles, and they have different variants of them for different factions and species. And even they have notes that some talents are actually locked to being a specific allegiance or species.
Oh, neat. Well,
yeah, so I've kind of played around that. Gensekai's different because it doesn't follow the normal talent system.
Yeah, but you're doing stuff like that in your Sprawl hack.
Yes, we've mentioned some ideas for, like, some different stuff, and honestly, because the Sprawl, the Singularity War hack isn't finished, I might be able to mine some of these ideas for stuff.
Oh, like agenda definitely sounds like something you want to put in the.
Yes, that definitely sounds like very cyberpunky. And certainly allegiances could be too, because, like, maybe you guys are, in the stories we've done for Singularity War and stuff so far, you guys have been favored by different corporations and stuff. So there's some stuff there.
Oh yeah.
And also generally, like, the like factional variants of vehicles, I would have to see how those templates are used, but that could also make a lot of sense for, like, different brandings, right? Like, you can have, like, here is your default bog standard drone, and then here's this drone, but made by Suzaku Security Systems. So it, as usual with a lot of Genesis stuff, it's not always going to be, like, a direct one-for-one use, but a lot of it has applicability, and I'm interested in seeing what they got going on. Like I said, I think I follow Edge on DriveThruRPG, so I'm sure they will send me an email whenever that's, like, out there. Nope, nothing in my email folder. So I'll be picking that one up to mine through it. But yeah, it seems like it's got the kind of angles I like for this kind of stuff. Again, don't know if I would ever just straight up run a Twilight Imperium game. I mean, it certainly seems like they got some interesting stuff, but I've never played the board game or any of the side games, and I don't know if any of my, whatchamacallit, like, none of my players seem really interested, but there's a lot in that general space oeuvre, and certainly in the more political leaning stuff that I think we can mine from.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's more about the shorter length of getting me to play games. It's getting people to run games. And I'm down for kind of other people want to get in. Obviously, Lucky ran, your couple of sessions of Grand Voyager campaign, but
I am working on that slowly but surely. I am reviewing some mistakes and whatnot, and I might have lost the document, so I'm having a bit of a concern, I guess.
I'm sure you'll find it somewhere. Trust me, I've definitely lost shit before. I got so much stuff. And I mean, like, if people in our group are interested in running stuff, like I said, I certainly do not mind taking the player's seat in a lot of games, and I have a wide variety of stuff I've never dipped into. Obviously, there are lots of games I want to run, but I'm okay playing games. I earlier this week on, like, Failed Portrayal and stuff, because we ended up just randomly talking about other stuff. I talked about how even with all the sass about 5e and the OGL, I do feel like there was some stuff mechanically, like, I wouldn't mind exploring in a 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, but I would not want to run it per se. Probably the same with even the 2nd edition of Pathfinder. I don't know if I would want to run that, but it does seem like they've kind of done some interesting things to kind of clean some stuff up. And funnily enough, just as kind of your teaser to throw this one out there to the people at home, to talk about, very pocket outrage. Wizards of the Coast is actively playtesting their next edition of D&D. They're calling it 1D&D, but it's like the... Well, actually, no, I probably shouldn't say it is technically 6th edition. I've seen some of the playtest documents. It's still pretty close to 5e. It's more like what they did with what they called 4th edition Essentials, which is like a lot of the same core mechanics, but they're kind of polishing some other stuff out.
Mhm.
But a little bit of stuff has been going on around in the internet about some of the refinements because they released their playtests for paladins and druids. Generally, people are pretty plussed about paladin changes, and I would agree with having played a paladin in 5e. This seems like they've done a lot to balance out a lot of your activities. I think they've cleaned up your smiting to actually just be spells from the spell list. They made finding your steed a core feature, not just a spell you can learn, but it is like a thing you can always do. And in general, just given paladins access to like all cleric spells, period. They're really coalescing spell lists. So like clerics and paladins and shit get access to all quote unquote divine spells, and so on and so forth. So like that's interesting. They're doing some different stuff. But a lot of people are kind of nettled about Druid because it seems like they're trying to really simplify Druids. There are some stats reported. Apparently, Druids are like the least played class in 5th edition. And that generally kind of makes sense because the wild shape ability is very broad and open-ended. Normally in 5th edition, you can turn into just any creature that is CR1 or lower.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that you have to like read the monster manual and shit and like try out stuff. That's kind of daunting for new players, right?
Yeah.
Having to have like a second book out to find stuff. So they simplified that by just giving you 3 templates to pick from. You can be a creature of the land, the sky, or the sea. And you do not specifically get adjustments. If you choose to be a bear, you're just a land animal, so you have the same stat if you're a bear, a horse, or a dog. All just kind of generalized stats, which on the one hand probably makes things easier to mechanically balance, but if players want to play druids, that probably takes a lot of the fun out of stuff. And they also seem to be doubling down on wild shape being the druid's core feature, which not a lot of people are happy about. Some people want to play druids as just weird tree wizards. Hit people with sticks and stuff. Because this is a split I even do in Gensekai and the way Genesis in general works. Primal is a core casting group or type, right? Primal magic is its own thing. So some people want to just be primal casters without being shapeshifters. Which, hey, funnily enough, that's a thing that I managed to handle pretty well with the way specialization trees go. And 5th edition kind of did. I believe I've heard some good things about later subclasses of druid being more castery focused, like star and wildfire druids get to do some interesting, unique things. But the new 1D&D playtest is kind of doubling down on wild shape being your core feature, and your other things you get as a druid are related to your wild shapes or wild shape uses, which some people are just kind of not about. And also, they're being a little restrictive. You can't become a tiny creature until level 11.
Wow.
So no longer can druids sub in for rogues to slip through doorknobs and shit. Which I saw some people be like, yeah, of course, rogues should have niche protection. And I want to be like, what the fuck? What if my party doesn't have a rogue? How do I open locked doors? There's 8 character classes. You can't have 8 people in every game forever. There's also weird shit, I think at 5th level, your animals of the land gain a climb speed, regardless of what animal you are. So a lot of people are making Skyrim mountain climbing horse jokes.
Oh, I've seen some of that, yeah.
Yeah, so it's an interesting concept for them to try and simplify Druid, but it's very weird in practice. And it's still playtest, but typically I feel like Wizards of the Coast are cowards about playtest materials. They don't like things complicated, so I don't know how they will fix the Druid thing without even continuing to make it silly. So it's one of those things that's bubbling up. I've seen some people talking about it. I looked at it myself, And I do kind of get that feel that, like, the playtesting stuff for Druid is really focused around Wild Shape. They only have, like, one subclass in the playtest, so you can only play one kind of Druid. So maybe they'll do it. And obviously, hypothetically, 1D&D is supposed to be backwards compatible with all of your adventures and fluff material from 5th. So that also means that, like, 5th edition choices should still be balanced. So if you and your GM don't like new Druid, you can probably just play old Druid, but that's still not going to sell any books, you know?
Yeah.
If they're trying to sell books, they should do some stuff. So it's a little interesting. I think that
gotta go test it on people.
Yeah, that's what you do. It's time for the test cut.
Yep.
Amishimono. Axe has really been talking up Pathfinder 2E in our circles. I have looked a little at some of the, like, basic stuff for Pathfinder. It does kind of feel like the Pathfinder 2nd edition is trying to do everything in, like, very strict examples that are easy to read and, you know, like, codifying, like, everything into, like, feats as short for features. And, you know, you get a lot of options to pick from. It's a very customizable rule set. It's still very crunchy and mechanical.
Well, that's the only thing I've liked about Pathfinder, personally. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Sorry, I'm running out of water. My voice is getting a little scratchy. It has been 3 hours. We'll wrap up soon, but we're in the TTRPG section. But, like, looking at it, the way, like, Pathfinder doesn't really do the Pathfinder 2e, I should say, doesn't really do the subclass thing. But they have kind of their own version of that where every class has, like, I think it looks like, I haven't, like I said, I've just skimmed some, like, publicly available stuff they got, but it looks like every one of their classes has, like, 3 or 4, like, core feature options to pick from. For instance, with druids, one of them is based on being a shapeshifter, but others are based on other shit. You know, like, you can be a storm order or circle druid and be all about, you know, casting primal spells. And then as you level up, you just get access to these class feats, these features, some of which require you to be playing a certain archetype, and others are kind of freeform. So, like, there's progression, but also customizability. So, you know, yes, you can be an animal companion ranger, and you can buff your animal companion and stuff. Or you can, you know, go down different paths and pick different options. And because everybody is kind of put in this framework of, you know, gaining your features, it feels like characters are a little more, you know, balanced on the nose. But like I said, I've just kind of skimmed some stuff. And I personally, like I said, I don't know if I would ever want to run Pathfinder. And fundamentally, there's still some stuff about the way, like, damage totals and HP and shit work that, like, God, low-level D&D and Pathfinder, you are so squishy and limited. So I feel always weird about starting at low levels. Because I remember, no, I think this was before you joined us, but Ron actually ran a little bit of Pathfinder for the group once. He started to get really into that. He told us to make up three characters to start with.
I remember hearing the story, yeah.
Yeah, we probably talked about it. Because that's how fucking paper you are at level 1 in OG Pathfinder, and I think the new edition is a little better about this.
Like, 2 goblins can take your token out.
Yeah, but you gotta watch out. And some people like that kind of strategic thing, but, like, I mean, role-playing wise, it was very weird to be 3 people at once and, like, technically all be there, like, around, but, like, we were, like, the way Ron pitched just when he was GMing was, like, our main player characters were kind of like the core, like, going ahead team to, like, check out this cave, and then the other characters were, like, in reserve. So it, like, worked, but it was weird.
It's always weird because thing about, like, early levels is you don't have a lot of access to healing. Like, if you don't have a fucking, like, a healer, like, you're fucking fucked. Because for some odd reason, like, healing potions were, like, goddamn expensive, and natural healing took forever. So, and medicine actually didn't do fucking much.
Yeah.
So, like, you would very quickly, like, run out of what few resources you have and just have to pray that you didn't get fucking hit in the first place.
Which for some classes is easier than for others, you know? Because armor proficiencies.
Like, this is why...
But yeah, go ahead.
Like, this is why, like, Like, this is why I like games like where like health items are readily available. It's important.
Yeah, obviously Genesis picked this up from Star Wars, but the way the Star Wars RPG handled stim packs is just like, yeah, you use a stim pack, you heal 5 wounds. Your next stim pack, you heal 4, so you can only use 5 per day. But it's like, no, that's a pretty good basis. Most of the time, I don't think you guys ever use like more than like 2 per like adventure, right?
Yeah.
Because you can also roll medicine and just have people heal wounds because it's all like abstracted. But yeah, it's very interesting. And I remember that obviously, I think 5e is meant to be a little more beginner friendly than even the first edition of Pathfinder was, because that was obviously meant to appeal to a certain look of things. But like I remember I think we started at like level 2. And our DM did a pretty good job of moving us pretty fast per session along milestone EXP. So like we were leveling at a pretty decent clip, which is good because like this is the thing about D&D. Like a lot of RPGs and like video games in general, progression is good. You like to progress and like to do more. But at the same time, it's like, you know, we got some stuff to work through there. But I remember our early levels where we technically had like, I feel like 3 healers or 4 healers at times. Because I was a paladin. So in 5e, paladins have you still have access to your lay on hands points, which they did keep for 1D&D. So you have access to a pool of healing that is separate from like spells. Also, you can usually pick up basic healing spells as a paladin. So I like. Oh, actually, by the way, I should say this. I will say shout out to them actually helping paladins. Paladins just get cantrips now in 1D&D. Thank God.
That's good.
They made that our DM was very nice and let me just take a couple cantrips. They added that as a paladin fighting style later, but that replaces your other fighting style shit, like, you know, being a duelist or a 2-weapon fighter or a great weapon fighter. So like it was a little weird. So that's just better to just let you pick a couple cantrips. But like when we did that, like that's how that ended up. I picked like a couple for utility, you know, like I think I always have Spare the Dying. Spare the Dying, by the way, they actually buffed, unless they're changing healing. It's now, if you have the dying condition, they heal 1 HP. So it's not just they stop dying, they actually get back up. And that's a cantrip. So you can now infinitely keep reviving everybody at 1 HP if you feel like it. It's very funny. But like, so I was kind of a healer, but also kind of our nuker because I was a paladin. Robin was playing a Divine Soul Sorcerer, so he got access to some cleric spells and healing, but also was playing Sorcerer, so he was our fucking nuker. Axe was a Bard, so Bards are utility casters, so they can also do shit like Healing Word and Cure Wounds, so he would be loaded up on some healing stuff. And also, you know, utility shit. And eventually Dallas multi-classed into being an Arcane Cleric, so like he was also technically accessing healing spells. So we had a lot of healing. We felt good about our lives, which was good because in D&D you get your fucking ass kicked a lot. I got knocked unconscious a couple times, and I was technically one of the tanks though. Lucky gnosis from seeing Dallas play like Delta Green and Gensakai, but Dallas's luck is always unhinged. The man rolled like a beast every hit die roll, every level. I sometimes did not. But like, yeah, we had some tough times with some people, and so it's interesting to see. Like, I feel like those low levels at D&D are very samey for everybody because, like you said, healing is hard to come by. So really, you're just trying to fucking stay alive until you can become a real person, and then once you get a couple levels and like everybody has their subclasses and starts picking feats and shit, like that's when you're like, okay, now I can like be my unique character gimmick, right?
All right.
Like I can be the character I want to be, and I don't have to be like asking like, guys, should I prep Cure Wounds today? Do we have enough healing? Are we gonna die? Because also at low levels, you're like very limited by spell slots. You've got like, I think a first level caster has like 2 or 3 spells a day.
God, I hate that so much.
Oh yeah, it's so. I think there's something to be said for like what D&D does with its like action economy and shit, and like limiting your spells to like spells per day is certainly a style. I think I prefer how like Genesis handles it with like basically turning your strain pool into an MP pool, right?
Yeah, well, because you can you recover strain. Like recovering strain on the red is a thing. But in D&D, if someone's not careful with their spell slots, they literally only have what is called the 15-minute workday.
Yeah, you do one encounter, it lasts. Honestly, the 15 minutes is mostly the getting to the encounter and the aftermath, because the actual encounters in D&D are fucking short, around 6 seconds. So usually it's over before minutes go by. So like 5 minutes, you blow all your shit out, and then you're just like, I'm done for the day. I have no more spells.
Yeah.
And if you're playing a full caster, right, that's it. That's your day. Like if you're a full casty type cleric or a wizard, you're done. You don't do anything but cast spells. And they did do some stuff, like I think certain builds of wizard could recover like one spell on a short rest. Warlocks in general recovered spell slots on a short rest. That said, warlocks are weird. I feel like every time I've seen like an actual play, like people playing D&D on the internet, you always have to do that tussle with your GM about like, oh, your pact patron is an asshole because you wanted the cool spells, so you're bound to like a lich or a demon or a something terrible, and they're always threatening to take away your powers. And it's like, okay, I understand, like, yes, that's part of the balance of warlocks, is they're supposed to be beholden to powers beyond their ken. But also, damn, if I'm playing a warlock GM, I want to play a warlock. That means I want to play a warlock and actually cast spells. So, yeah, I don't know if I could deal with that in a real game, of, like, the GM role-playing, constantly wanting to take my powers away.
I mean, I just say the power move is like, do it. I'll just fucking beat everything with my fucking stick until I die, and then I'll never play with you again.
And I know some warlock characters do that. They're like, okay, bet. But in general, it kind of sucks to have to play this game where like, and obviously, like I said, the players usually know what they're getting into. Like, I remember this is a thing that has come up a couple of times on like the Critical Role campaigns when they've had warlocks. They understand that like it's all part of the process. They're playing shit up for the camera and stuff, But like at the same time, it's like, damn, you really got to be careful about giving Matt Mercer an inch, because if you tell him you're plugged into like something spooky, he's gonna make you regret your life choices.
Well, I mean, I think that's like part of the parcel, though. If you say you are hooked into something something big and scary, well, it's gonna be big and scary. Being big,
it's true. No, go ahead.
Like if you like, I can't remember it, but like, if you're hooked up to something, something big, something big and eldritch, it's fucking eldritch. It's gonna want some weird shit. The term Lovecraftian is Lovecraftian for a reason.
Yeah. And that is explicitly like one of the pacts you can pick as a warlock. And there's other shit, fiends and stuff.
Like fiends, I think there's a Fey one and stuff.
Yeah, and there's a genie one they ended up as well. So there are some choices that are like more mercurial and less definitely evil, because packed with great old ones, packed with liches and undead, packed with literal fiends is like, that's bad news bears, probably.
It's like, what are you expecting for them to be like? Hey, they're gonna win the fucking best boss award for the year? No, they're shitty.
Yeah, and like obviously you have those options, but especially with D&D, that's that weird thing. Like, so many of these fluff options are also mechanical options, so it's so weird to be like, okay, this is what I want to mechanically play, because D&D is about the game part as much as the role playing. But also then you got to deal with a lot of role play stuff, and I understand why. I think sometimes why warlocks get a bad rap, because like warlocks can be really strong. There's a reason why there's that meme about the Eldritch Blast cantrip that warlocks get, because it's pretty solid. It's a D12, and as a cantrip, it's a range attack. And at like level 5, you get to shoot like 2 per casting and shit, so it's pretty solid. Oh, it's D10 that scales with level? Okay, that's it. I thought it was a D12. Maybe a different version of D12. But yeah, it's still, it's a ranged spell attack cantrip that scales well, which having played some casters and looked at some cantrips, is not always great. There's a lot of save versus suck cantrips out there that just do nothing if the enemy passes a save, which kind of blows chunks.
Well, that's the other thing about D20, like D&D and Pathfinder, is a lot of D&D and Pathfinder is a lot of players will find the most broken combination they can do and just roll with it. And that's why, that's one of the reasons why Warlock is so popular, because Eldritch Blast is just a fucking thing.
Yeah, and there's a lot of, like, multi-class shenanigans you can do, which is it's D&D, because of its heavy mechanical focus, attracts these kinds of mechanical minds, and that causes problems. So it's important for the role-playing to be enforced, but also sometimes you're playing, mechanical choices as well, right?
It's like the problem I had with sorry to cut you off there.
No,
I didn't want to get this out. It's like the problem I had with playing the Pathfinder games, not Kingmaker, the second one. It was gifted to me, and I'm super grateful for it. I did enjoy it for
the Righteous.
Yeah, Wrath of the Righteous. I did enjoy it, but then I ran into the problem that I ran into with all Pathfinder things of, like, you can build whatever you want, but there is no guarantee that whatever your build is going to be effective in combat. Eventually, things can and will just outclass you. Like, I cannot legitimately play a Kitsune Illusionist because my combat potential then becomes literally fucking zero. And I have to rely on my party members as I, do just basically utility and support stuff. I'm like, just some things you can't do.
Because eventually, enemies just get bullshit. This is another thing, like, I know why they did it, because action economy is very important, and obviously, like, Genesis has its own version of this, but, like, I've always felt a little weird about the concept of, like, legendary resistances that some creatures have in 5th edition, where the GM just gets to decide, you know what, no, I do pass that saving throw. Like, I understand, because, like, for some reason, we keep making spells that are, like, the tabletop version of, like, CCs and, like, stuns in MMOs. Literally, to turn you into a sheep type shit.
Meh.
But, so, like, yes, you want to make sure that your villains can do stuff and they can resist things. And I ran into this problem a little bit in the session we just had of Jinsekai. You guys, and especially Rion, busted out the non-combat spells, which kind of got around some stuff, and were able to do some very mean things. Luckily, that did mean we dug up an optional rule that I think I'm going to start trying out, where they talk about using the adversary rule to upgrade the difficulty of all spell checks targeting an adversary, not just their combat ones. Because defenses against magic are a little wiggly. But yeah, like Rion was able to set up his Doom Curse and like really block up an enemy boss's action economy. While not really having to do much himself, because he could just sit back and concentrate and counterspell.
Yep.
But I mean, yeah, part of that was, and I did talk about this in session, part of this honestly because you guys did do the hard work. Like, that encounter totally could have had ads and background shit and other stuff, but you guys went out of your way to like try and head a lot of that stuff off, including getting into technically other side combat encounters, not that those were a real threat, but you guys at least I think burned some resources that way.
Yeah.
I don't think bows are too powerful. I think like the main thing is, Axe, you've got a longbow. It's special. It's a Dragonbone one, so it's got like some extra damage on there. And you've got some mods equipped. And you've got some other stuff. I don't think you busted out your wind shear arrows during this encounter. Very sad.
Listen, anything can be broken with enough thought into it. Did you see the fucking 2 spells I came up with and how fucking stupid they are?
Yeah, you were just like, what if I pick my maximum damage outputs? You can do some spicy shit. And I'm going to say, NPCs do have spicy shit. Like, hell, you got to see some of the stuff that they did. I mean, I had to write special rules, but I gave that boss Dispel, and while it cost her, like, you tried to, like, reverse the action on her and set up some terrain, and I was just like, nah. I think that boss had a potential to be very nasty, and it just kind of happened that you guys set up your action economy. And also, I learned my lesson as a GM. I kind of, I blew my load early on my once per turn, funny action thing I could do, and then I was like, oh, I really should not have used this reaction this early. Well, not during the boss fight, but you guys were fighting minions.
Yeah.
Technically, you didn't really need the extra help, but you did end up doing weird shit like taking out your bolo. You could have tried some blast attacks there. I mean, there were minions. It was wind. You could have softballs it a little. But no, I think a general thing is you've got probably as powerful a baseline bow as you can get. Like, there are bows that are higher level, like there is a great bow, but you have to be pretty strong to do that. So that would require you going out of your way to build your character to be compatible with that, which I don't think you're gonna, because you've got other shit to focus on. Because Leona is quite multi-classed. So you've got other spot to do your stuff in there. So, like, the only way you're gonna grow in damage is if I give you, like, cool things. That will probably continue, but there's a decent amount of side stuff in there. And obviously, I think your character has plenty of opportunities to grow. There was some very funny stuff that happened when you tried to actually sword some people, which is pretty neat. And I think there's still some humor to be had. I'm still remembering a week later the axe just saying, "I don't want to kill Steel, but," and like in my mind, it's just like the I'm a healer but meme. Like Axe thinks to himself, I don't know if I want to steal the kill, but I also don't want to get into melee either, so you eventually were like, I'll try my breath weapon, but you still got the kill shot in, but you are the ranged DPS. That's like what you picked. Sniper Ranger. That is the thing to do. No, I mean, she did have a decent amount. I think she was at like, I think like 12 out of like 17 or 18, so she had like 6-ish wounds left, maybe 5 or 6, which is with a decent like soak of like 3 is okay, but you are the ranged DPS. You do big damage.
Big damage, no whammies.
She was definitely over half her wound threshold, and I was trying to tell her that, but sometimes stuff is not understood. Again, that was a boss that was designed to, like, if you guys had stayed in a one-on-one conflict with her, she was designed to bully you guys a little bit.
I tried to get in a one-on-one conflict, but everyone was like, no, buttlock pile.
And honestly, I think it would have worked out that way anyway, because, like I said, she was designed to be pretty reactive. If those guys had just stayed back and not done anything, you probably would have gotten some good slaps, and that might have been better for character drama.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I don't want to say that tactically it was a bad decision, especially given, like, Mortis's character and his talents. Like, his thing is being the tank, and to tank for you, he has to be, like, right up in there next to you. Well, yeah, Dallas wanted to get in there because he wanted to cover for Porter, because he is the tank. That is his thing. And I think he had Dallas had restraint. He didn't like go for like blah, 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 blah. What do you call it?
Oh no, Dallas did stand back a little bit and let everyone else get in there. He did not necessarily try to dominate the battle in his way, like summoning ice tricks or stuff. He was very restrained.
Yeah, like he didn't try to like challenge the NPC to like have them only focus on him. He was just like, okay, I'm gonna be in there. I'm gonna kind of try and swap that back.
Yeah, no, and I appreciated that. So, it wasn't the one-on-one fight was, but I felt like I got to trade blows, which is something, because like I said, Porter is a priest, but like I said, I'm not. I do like getting in there and hitting things with a hammer and stuff. And if I'm hitting things with a hammer, I want to have that thing of I might get hit back. And Dallas is good at what he does of tanking and whatnot, but like I said, sometimes I think he does it too well. Because, like, people should know about this. I enjoy being in the spotlight. I like being in the spotlight. I put a lot of thought into Porter and his stuff and stuff. I say cool things all the time. Well, I think I say cool things all the time. They might not be cool to you guys. I don't fucking know. I don't care. But usually a lot of times when Dallas is in the thick of things, everything is focused on him because that's how his talents works. And I'm just like, I feel like I'm not getting enough of the spotlight sometimes.
Yeah. On the flip side, though, Dallas is the character who is usually has, I think, gone down some of the most and been closest to going down the most because he is the tank. So he does get bullied a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But that, that can work for drama stuff. Also, Axe, your math is not correct. Spells don't start at 0 base damage. They start at the base damage of your characteristic.
Yes.
So that is technically Dallas is probably doing the math wrong when he says he does a 12, because that's I empowered doubles your characteristic damage. I think he's only got like an int 3, so that would only be like 6ish. But yeah, so casters who have like 4 or 5 in a stat do 4 or 5 plus success. Then you do your implements, which implements can get pretty fierce. Most of them are like +2 or +3. And then specifically Dallas as a Spellblade, when he uses his attuned weapon, technically while he is wielding it, he does +2 base damage with spells.
Oh, there we are.
I don't know. I haven't looked at Dallas' sheet in a while. I don't usually look at sheets. I ask you guys questions and I do math. There is a little. I think Dallas might sometimes occasionally be getting a couple extra damage out of his base spells because he technically has 2 swords. Though I think, did he move his arcane focus to his shield?
I don't know.
I don't remember. I'll ask him next session. But like, there was some juggling there because technically he shouldn't gain the benefit from both his arcane focus like modification, which turns your weapon into an implement, because that's in a different weapon than his, normal sword thing. But he does actually like swap back and forth depending, because he's got a couple swords that have a couple of different unique traits. One of them is silver, one of them is anti-giant, so he kind of moves them back and forth. But like when the spell that he was saying that should have had a base damage of 12 was I believe his big whammy. That's why it fucking whiffed. So that's got like empowered and extra shit in there. So yeah, no, if casters are willing to spice up, they can do more. I think Aaron has mentioned that Rion can technically get up to base damage 16 if he uses the deadly spell talent that Black Hats get access to, but that costs him extra strain to do, so he can't do that a lot. He has a couple of big nukes, and then he has to take a nap. Yeah, it doubles the strain cost, so he cannot do that forever, or he will fucking pass out. But spellcasting can be can be spicier than like normal damage with like swords or bows, because it has that strain cost, so it kind of scales well. There is an inherent limitation to spellcasting, which is like just shooting stuff at there is in there. Well, yeah, you don't have an implement and you don't have any like base damage mods, so utility casting is much more up your alley. Porter was kind of in that box until he got his hammer. Like, you could do some stuff with certain spells, but for the most part, your easiest things to do were utility spells, because you didn't get like implement bonus damage. Yeah, that's why Archie does do quite a bit of bonus damage to spell casting, because that was a thing you said that you wanted to keep. You wanted to combat cast, but you weren't able to get as much spice in there. So I designed something that would give you a little bit of base damage. And I think it was a just reward. The Demon Gator was a pretty tough fight. Dallas did go down in that fight.
Turtle stains once again.
And I think some of the rest of you got pretty well slapped.
Yeah.
Well, we can work on some implements and stuff you can use.
I mean, you had, if I remember correctly, I gave you the fucking Rune Gauntlets. I believe that has a +2 modifier by itself, plus a couple effects.
Yeah. I think you've got the gauntlets right now. I think you were the last. Actually, no. I think the Dragonbone Athame made its way back to Mortis.
Yeah, I'm not sure who has that.
Yeah, until I get clarification, I think Mortis has it. But I know that Lucky advised you, Axe, to look into the 100 beads option.
Yes.
Mala, because that would be culturally appropriate, and also has some decent stuff. You can make them out of materials, so you can get material bonuses, and it lets you do basically whatever your free, whatever your like school-wise like special effect is for each class of spellcasting for free as well. So like
yeah, you get close for, I think it's still like a +2, but you get close and then a modifier for free.
Yes. I think it's 2 actually. I think it's impact or ice.
Or ice, yeah. Yeah, so it's pretty good.
And obviously, as I said, the gauntlets are of a hidden rune, so a power sleeps within them. I have no idea. By the way, now that 3 different people have handled those, I'm not entirely sure what the final version of those gauntlets will be like. Because you've passed hands and cast a lot of different spells through them. If Leona ends up keeping them the longest term, it'll probably be, you know, Rune of the Hidden Dragon or something. But, you know, we'll figure it out. But yeah, they've been passed around. I think the only character who didn't try and use them was Rion, because he is covered in implements. Technically, Rion has extra implements. He's got a really cool, unique staff I gave him that he hasn't used.
Oh, shout out to Master Ryan. He doesn't feel like it belongs to him. He's probably gonna wait till we actually get it to his daughter and see what happens.
Yeah, and I did write some room there so that he can maybe make something that is mechanically similar. Well, yeah, but he's a dead guy. I mean, I know I wrote the setting to have these kinds of, like, moral constraints, but I am very pleasantly shocked often by the way that you guys handle things with, like, you know, proper character aplomb as opposed to just doing the fucking dungeon looter mindset. Like, obviously, I throw these things out there for you to use them, but also I have to have a reason why they exist. So, like, yeah, this guy had a staff. He died. It's just lying around. Nobody in his hometown needs it.
Yeah, like if I'm pretty sure if the guy didn't have like any living family, Aaron probably would have been like, "This is mine now." But
yeah, but also that feels really weird to just have people exist in a vacuum to give you free shit, you know? Like that means that character literally just died so Rion could get a cool stick. So no, there's some extra English on there. And it gives you a yet another reason to go to the Sapphire Island and visit the Academy of Witchcraft and do some other weird shit. Porter's probably going to try and teach a guest class lecture.
Yeah, I'm not sure on what, though.
Leona might actually learn about casting spells. I don't know. Nobody's really teaching her. What's X? Before we go, how much primal you got right now? Points in the primal. Checking, processing. Lots feeling like a nap, maybe. Then I'll put a switch on some of our game selections.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of games that everyone has, unfortunately. I think Barotrauma is like one of the few that everybody has.
Yeah,
that's also one of the ones
that's. I mean, I'll say it this way. That's kind of my quote-unquote fault, because I saw some videos and purchased the game, and when it was like $2, I was like, yo, Barotrauma is like $2, everybody. It's you know, submarine sprites. It's pretty easy to pull off. Which is not always true.
Here I go, Clayland Bandits in the cave again.
Yeah, okay, so you can cast spells, but you don't have a lot in there. So yeah, you probably got some stuff to learn. So far, I think you just figured out through Ranger intuition how spellcast. Also, the fact that your entire other party is spellcasters. So
now we have bang 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 bang.
That's probably not going to always be a theme. Though certainly, I think there will be some stuff in there, and I think NPCs can probably go down different paths. I've got some different ideas for what. Don't just think that, you know, these characters exist in a vacuum. Gwen would have a character arc when she comes back and stuff. And things. You know, the other characters. And I don't know. I mean, I don't actually know if Aslan DeForest will end up like an actual caster, but you did say you guys would try to encourage him to go more of like a Scald route, and so he might actually end up doing more warrior poet shit. I don't know how many times he'll actually like show up to help you in fights and stuff, but like he is a card carrying member of the many paths.
Yep.
So it counts.
You know, trust me. Lucky has a system for who gets invited to the Travelers. Don't you guys worry.
Yeah. And you know, I've realized that this is not just with my writing and like setting you guys up, because technically the thing with Gwen the Snow Leopard was all of your own volition. I set it up so that would probably be the decision you took, but you guys could have just sold her ass out and gone home with your cash.
Nah.
Again, you just don't generally play that way, but you know, it's out there. But like, that kind of turned into a theme. So I realized in my own writing, I'm like, oh no, there's going to be some opportunities for some more like NPCs you guys are just going to end up adopting because I think it's interesting. And then also, like I said, other people are coming at me with like, eventually I'd like this sort of NPC to show up, or I have this idea for this supporting character, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I've realized this now. This is going to turn into a collection. The being an adventuring company thing is not like just for show. It's like for reals. Yeah, you're really recruiting. You guys will earn your flying sky fortress and your fucking franchise. I added the tabletop RPG equivalent of the money sink part, where the MMO asks you to spend 3 million gold. And Lucky's like, well, so I need a bajillion gold now.
Yeah.
And it's side hustle, and I'm like, well, so you could try franchises.
Yeah, porters in every city. It's like, give it the grub. It's good.
It's good grub. The image is just an artistic rendering of Porter giving a thumbs up.
Well, no, I'm going to do the fucking Colonel. There's just going to be a statue of Porter out front.
Yeah, of course.
Listen, I am embracing the idealism that is Daikokutin.
And the fucking... Every Porters is going to come with a little plaque about your adventures and your backstory. Just like a KFC.
Yep.
All right.
But no, like, listen, I do need that side hustle. You put in those...
No, yeah, like, listen, I understand, and I'm not sorry about the amount of money things cost. It's very intentional. But this is how you get your optimization brain on. So I'm like, okay, it's not going to be easy. Like, I am estimating the costs that I think are reasonable investments to get this shit all the time. And I think it's neat, but, we got to hold on. And you guys I'm glad you guys are still in the money spending phase. I feel like there was a point at Star Wars where it was like, I don't even bother giving you guys, paying you guys cash anymore.
Like, to talk about them and realize, I think that the idea that you came for with make the quote-unquote generic magical effects or buy them is actually super important. Because too often in games, and especially tabletop games, despite having like somewhat crafting and building rules, a lot of people aren't able to get items of with the specific effects that they want, and they kind of have to rely on GM generosity to get them. You came up with a set of rules that basically, for varying amounts of money and maybe some luck on the dice, you can basically custom make kind of gear you want. Like, I was testing this idea with the vine bracers. I can make a utility magical armament that will fit into the bracer slot that will basically be able to act as a magic rope was. And if I can get a triumph on it, I can add... Sorry, my headphones were slipping. I can add the effect of they act as a generic whip, which is, when you think about it, kind of like one of those weird one-off artifacts you'll find in a dungeon somewhere. But it's something I can create on my own. Same with like making weird rings, making, necklaces, all that stuff to get all those little stat boosts that everyone's always seeking, but, is either, a really rare drop somewhere or, a reward for a quest or something.
Yeah, and basically I came to this for the reasons you basically explained, where I hit a point in development where I was like, we're actively playtesting the game, we're playing. I'm trying to like distribute resources and stuff to you guys, rewards, and keep you guys like scaling up and getting new interesting things, but also not like completely overblowing. And I came to a point where I was like, okay, so either what's going to happen is I'm going to make another book that is nothing but magical items of bunches of little weird shit, or I can try and turn this into a generic system. And I think the generic system is better because it was less work, obviously. But like you said, it encourages players to be customizable. Obviously, there are examples. You can take them straight out of the book. I have like general advice. I specifically mentioned that items that improve combat skills or magic skills should definitely be more expensive and rarer because those are just better. Yeah, like those have a... giving yourself a boost die on all archery, on all ranged weapon checks is just, that's really good. that's spicy. So you should keep that in mind, GMs. Even if it's just the removing the setback dice, that's part of the process of, you know, the difficulty of combat checks is setback dice for shit like concealment and defense and stuff. So, you know, keep that stuff in mind, you know, if you're designing. But it makes a system, and I was able to flex my creativity muscles by coming up with 3 or 4 examples, because there's 3 or 4, you know, basically slots of kind of, you know, or well, I think there's like 5, but I tried to keep the one that just gives you a straight bonus to most stuff. That's less creative. That's just really good, but it's mechanically, you know, possible. But I just came up with a bunch of different examples for stuff, and I, you know, flexed my creativity bones, and I was like, okay, if you want stuff, you want stuff. Here's the flex. And like you were asking me, like, oh, hey, you know, the vine bracers, like, could I, you know, use a bracer slot to be like rope? And I'm like, yeah, that sounds like a narrative, a simple narrative item, a utility equivalent. You know, you have an item that is wearable, but through the power of magic is able to basically function as something else. You know, I had the same thing with like one of the examples is I think was it bracelets of or bracers of lockpicking. No, it was like locksmith's bracers, but I was like, yeah, these aren't actually magical. These are just dark leather bracers that have a set of locksmith's tools hidden in them. So they give you a boost die on skullduggery checks and count as the right tool for the job to pick locks, because that's how it is. You know? And that's, you know, finding items like that, whether that's, you know, the boost die or, you know, narratively it does a thing like, oh, well, it's a rope. So, it, you know, it does whatever rope stuff does. You know, it was just easy to come up with, and I was able to kind of scratch this itch on magical items. And kind of like, obviously there's still some other weird shit. Like I've added a few, you know, a few weeks back, I talked about like, didn't have any, you know, magical items that could become vehicles. So I added the sailor shield, which just can turn into a boat.
Well, I think it's still cool to have like your list of items, just because, you know, you do sometimes just need to find weird random shit. And I don't think everything can be codified in that table.
Yeah.
Or another thing, there are some effects that should not be given to a player for a, you know, a low cost of whatever.
Yeah. And there's a reason why in the game I ended up splitting, like, there's magic items which are expensive but accessible. There are things through the power of magic which let you do a couple of things, some of which do probably fit into the style of some of the other, like, generic enchantments, but still have a little bit of, like, extra fluff behind them, you know. There's some world building and stuff. And then there's artifacts, which are all marked as, like, priceless, and then have a rarity to let your you know, GM and your players know, you know, what you're expected to get up in there. Because there's lots of, you know, good stuff in there, but these are very cool, but definitely, like, these are singular rare items. And the GM guide will have a little bit more of that, in that I've got a section for legendary loot for, like, things tied to specific, like, areas or quests or big bad adversaries and stuff.
Yeah.
So there's you know, lots of room for, like you said, like, things should not necessarily be like, yes, as a player, I can order off the literal menu and pick up this item or that item. I'm reminded of, because they were so important to the stat curve of 4th edition, I listened to a 4th edition actual play campaign where the GM would just give out what he called treasure vouchers and just be like, yeah, I'm not going to bother to pick out what specific magic items are here. Just, we know that magic items have a, like, fixed level and gold cost for progression. So I'm just going to say that, like, you guys can slot in what you think is needed and appropriate for your character later than me, like, comb through the books. And, like, that's funny. The generic rules are kind of like that, but also at the same time, it was a cop-out. The GM knew it was a cop-out. The players knew it was a cop-out, but they weren't here to, like, quibble over magic items for their slots in D&D, you know?
Well, yeah, like don't get me wrong, there's something fun about finding cool loot. But like I said, like, and you are usually very good, is like when you design loot, you usually design it with someone in mind, or a couple of someone who can probably get the best use out of it. I do sometimes think you just give us stuff so we can maybe sell it, so we can get a little bit of extra cash on the side as well.
Yes, there are some items that I'm just like, like, I think back when you guys did the tavern exploration, you know, that axe that fell on your foot, it was like, what's a weird weapon we can put in here? Well, I'll do a hand axe. It ended up with a funny random template, and it's like, they can keep it or sell it, whatever.
Yeah. And like I said, again, sometimes the fun of Magic Item is getting something that you wouldn't expect and finding interesting ways to find and play with it. Like I wasn't expecting the Bark Shield bracelet, but that is a interesting item that has things like additional targets, excluding stuff, and let me play around with different types of spell casting. So it's not something I would have made or thought of myself, but because you presented to me, like you let me expand my options in my own way. So like I am not like my plan isn't to make a magic item to solve all my problems. It's just I want to be able to make magic items to cover some of my weaknesses and shore up some of my strengths. And then whatever
you have some like specific skills and stuff that you're like, I would like to, this is my thing, I want to maximize this.
Yes.
How can I do that? And that is technically part of what the system is for, is like, if you want to just pour money into finding the way you can be the best at the thing you do, go for it. But, like, it's still not going to beat spending EXP, right? Like, there's only so much these can do, but they can, if you already spent EXP, they can give you that kind of, like, extra little something. And yeah, in general with Magic, with loot stuff, I try to even if it's just like little tchotchkes, like Porter's sunshades that he got.
I'm sorry, I laughed way too hard at that, but it caught me so off guard.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I was thinking of that because it's just like, I just had some fun stuff. I hope you guys liked Sir Samson. He's probably gonna come back.
He probably is. He's all right.
Just wanted like a nice, big shiny guy to hang out and be like, hello, friends. I've known you for 5 minutes, but we're friends.
He definitely seems like one of those annoying friend types, but it's hard to hate him.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for. Like, he's supposed to be a little obnoxious, but he's just so good-natured that it's like, okay, you're at like a 10. I'd like you to be at an 8, but
He's like, what's that? Go to 11, you say? I'm like, no.
Yeah, he's the kind of friend who yeah, we're still streaming for now. We're gonna wrap up soon, but we'll end up.
Oh god, it's been like an hour since we were about to say we're gonna wrap up.
I know, but we got talking about tabletop shit, which we love. Guys, please watch Gensekai. I'm actually trying to think of I
remember I looked at the clock when you said we're about to wrap up. I was like, oh, do we have time to talk about tabletop? And it was like 5 minutes till 7, and now it's almost 8. I'm like, god damn it.
Yeah, it's bad. I need to pop off. But
yeah,
we'll wrap up after this last statement. But we could talk about this forever, and we do sometimes. But Sir Samson is the kind of character who you could call him up and be like, hey, I missed my bus or whatever. I need you to pick me up at the airport or whatever. And he'd show up at 11 at night after you've had a terrible day at the airport and you don't have a ride home. And he would be like, hello, I brought donuts. And you'd be like, okay, my day is way too shitty for you to be this happy. But also,
you're here and you brought me donuts.
Yeah, I can't be mad at you. But yeah, that's the kind of interaction he was going for. But yeah, I just tossed up the sunglasses. One, because I think a couple sessions ago, you complained about, you got disoriented from something and we're like, man, this sucks. I can't get rid of it. It's like, I could do a funny thing here. And I just thought Porter with sunglasses would be funny.
It is. I live for this now.
Yeah, no, it's great. It works. So, I like to throw out these little things, whether that's just because I think they're, for specific characters, is just little tchotchkes, little bits of pocket lint. And also sometimes I give... I understand the classic D&D rule. Don't give bad guys anything you don't want the players to pick up off their corpses. So sometimes enemies get interesting things, and that means you guys can get interesting things. And I think I can say this, as a wrap-up here. As an example, I wasn't planning this as a cool loot thing. It just worked out thematically that way. But Mortis recently expressed an interest in firearms. I think he picked up a blunderbuss and a pistol and stuff like that, and offhand weapons. And in that moment, that crystallized for me that the robot pirate man, Rallis the Deathless, he is absolutely rocking the Cervantes from Soul Calibur. So I was already planning on having him that way, but that was just oh yeah, we're definitely doubling down on this. So he's going to have an offhand dagger that is also a gun. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's going to be okay for Mortis or somebody else to decide to pick that up. Maybe Leona will take the knife gun.
I think that honestly, does Ryan have a backup weapon? I feel like Ryan needs a backup weapon.
I think Ryan's backup weapon is his stick.
Yeah.
But considering how badly that gets beat up, we could throw some stuff at him. Daggers are pretty easy to use. Maybe we can get him a nice knife, get him a nice pocket knife.
Well, I know.
I have some ideas for some stuff.
Honestly, I think if Porter wanted a ranged weapon, it'd actually probably be a rifle. I know it's a little weird, but I like rifles.
I think a nice big bunky arquebus would be pretty good for Porter.
Yeah.
That or just get him like that one guy pulled out. Just get him a shoulder fired cannon. For the funny. I mean, technically, it would be based off willpower, not that. But I know that Aaron has talked about Rion making an intelligent weapon, and I actually did design stats for that. And it does.
That's another thing, but I do not want to get into that right now.
It does not scale. That doesn't scale with brawn, so that could be a thing for him to just be like, "Fuck it, floating sword." Anyway, it's 4 hours. We said like an hour ago we would shut the fuck up. We didn't shut the fuck up. I need to refill my water bottle and like get some snacks and shit if we're gonna play games or whatever. We're going. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. And honestly, well, it's been a little bit since our peak. For the most part, you guys stayed pretty consistent. Thanks for putting up with that. Please don't forget to give us a like. If you got any comments, about shit, drop comments. We love those. Share with your friends. Subscribe to the channel for more. Keep your eye out for more APs. The previous week's Gensekai AP is out. That one is titled Assassino.
Assassino.
Because that is 100% what that episode is about. So check that out if you want to see what we're talking about, if you haven't already. You can support us on Patreon to get audio for this and for APs and for other stuff. It's a real fun time. And yeah, that's it. That's the stream. You saw Lucky beat up bandits for like 4 hours.
Yeah, I did a lot of bandit beating. Have a good evening, everyone.
Good night.